Production team, CIS 7 is not as an interpreter. Please fix that.
Gracias, ¿por qué no?
Aquí tenemos un grupo. Tienes tú el grupo también.
Good morning, good afternoon, perhaps good evening. I'm so happy to welcome you all here today, August 13, 2021, 500 years after Spanish invaders and their indigenous allies claimed victory at Tenochtitlan, the Aztec capital, a city that was the center of the universe of the Mexica, as they called themselves. A day that has resounded through history. It was also one of the 2 annual days of Zenith Passage, an important symbolic day for all indigenous people of ancient Mexico. Today, to remember this date in history, we gather with colleagues from around the world to read a remarkable manuscript, the final book of the general history of the things of New Spain, better known as the Florentine Codex. And in this book, we learn of the war between the Europeans and the indigenous, the vision of the vanquished, as the great Mexican scholar Leon Portilla termed it. There is nothing like this book anywhere else in the Americas. The Getty Research Institute, the GRI, the Los Angeles County Museum of Art, LACMA, and the Biblioteca Nacional de Antropología e Historia joined together for this project, a day of reading and listening. I'm Mary Miller, director of the Getty Research Institute, and I'm usually in Southern California, where, like many of my colleagues at Getty and LACMA, I would stand on traditional Tongva and Gabrieleño lands. Today, I'm in the San Francisco Bay Area, on the historic lands of the Muwekma Ohlone. Wherever you are today, I ask you to reflect on Indigenous presence and stewardship. We acknowledge and honor the ancestors and the elders today. You, our audience, perhaps as much as 1,200 strong today.
Please add interpreter.
You, our audience, are in many countries and time zones, from Sri Lanka to Australia, from Singapore to Puerto Rico, from Baja
CIS 7
California
is not as interpreter.
to New York. We welcome you all. Along with our partners, we are taping this program and will post it on YouTube within a week or so. You'll find the links posted periodically today. And we invite you to come and go over the course of the day to listen to the text in the languages in which it was written, Nahuatl and Spanish, and to hear it in English as well. Now, a bit of housekeeping, and we're going to be posting housekeeping information in the chat as well. To listen to the live interpretation services, please click on the interpretation globe icon on your Zoom menu bar at the bottom of your screen. It's down there at the lower right. Select your preferred language, English, Spanish, or Nahuatl. Please note that audio interpretation will not be available during the reading of Book 12, as this will be offered in Spanish, English, and Nahuatl on the screen. Closed captioning in English is turned on for today's program. And if you would like to turn this feature off, please click the live transcript CC, closed caption, icon on your Zoom menu bar at the bottom of your screen. I'm sure there will be questions about this, and so this information, these instructions will be posted repeatedly in the chat. Next, you will hear from Diana Magaloni, Deputy Director, Program Director, and Dr. Virginia Fields Curator of the Art of the Americas, and Suzanne D. Booth and David G. Booth, Conservation Center Director at the Los Angeles County Museum of Art. That's a mouthful, but you should know that Diana studied at the Autonomous National University of Mexico, UNAM, and at Yale, where I advised her dissertation on the very book we hear today. And from Elise de Carteret, who is a Mellon postdoctoral curatorial fellow in the Art of the Ancient Americas at the Los Angeles County Museum of Art. Elise, who recently received her doctorate from Brown, is a specialist of Maya art and archaeology. Finally, you will shortly meet Kim Richter, the head of Getty's Digital Florentine Codex Initiative. She'll be with you all day. Diana?
And we have a few technical difficulties with the live interpretation. So we are going to try to fix those before we continue on with Diana and Alice. Y también para nuestros colegas en México y todos que nos escuchan en español, tenemos unos problemas, dificultades técnicos con la interpretación en vivo y las estamos arreglando ahora mismo. Y ahorita cuando ya funcione, vamos a continuar con el programa. Mientras, les pido por su paciencia. So again, we are working on getting the live interpretation going. And as soon as that is fixed, we will continue with the program.
Because
also, while we are waiting, I just want to let you know that you can submit your questions and answers at the bottom of the screen, and we will be trying to answer them live. I'm here with colleagues at LACMA and at the Biblioteca Nacional de Antropología e Historia in Mexico. And if you send us your questions in the Q&A field, then we can try to answer them. I'm sure there are many questions that come up about the conquest of Mexico and the Florentine Codex, and we will try to address them as best we can. En español también, gracias por todos que están aquí hoy. Tenemos unos problemas, dificultades técnicas. Estamos tratando de arreglarlos. Los problemas son con la interpretación en vivo. Y mientras que estamos preparando esto, solamente les quería comentar que nos pueden mandar preguntas por Q&A abajo en Zoom. Y los que nos están siguiendo aquí en el webinar, en vez del canal INA en YouTube. Y estoy aquí con mis colegas en el LACMA, el Museo de Los Ángeles. Vamos a poder intentar de comentar, leer sus comentarios y sus preguntas y responderles. Si tienen preguntas al respecto de la conquista de México o del Códice Florentino o cualquier cosa, nos pueden mandar unas preguntas. Gracias. And I see we have people joining us from Iztapalapa. Welcome, Javier. Buenos días, ¿qué tal? Y otra pregunta es, ¿será grabada la sesión y compartida? Sí, después. Probablemente vamos a necesitar unas semanas, pero al final de agosto seguramente estamos preparados por poner la grabación en el internet, será en YouTube y nos pueden seguir en el Getty Research Institute YouTube y vamos a poner todos los idiomas también. Entonces lo pueden escoger en inglés, español, náhuatl, como sea. So we had a question whether we were going to record this event, which we will, and we are. And we're not just recording the event, we will have it recorded in all the languages, so Spanish, Nahuatl, and English, and then you can choose whether you want to listen to it in any of those languages. Hopefully we can get the technical difficulties sorted. And then it will be available in the GRI YouTube channel. Probably towards the end of August. Just coming on again to let everybody know that we're still working on our live interpretation. I'm seeing lots of questions coming in, so I'm just gonna try to answer some of these. Todavía estamos con las dificultades de la interpretación y mientras que esperamos, voy a hablar un poco. Veo que tenemos personas que nos están visitando de Calgary, Alberta, on the land of the Blackfoot. Bienvenidos, welcome from Calgary, Alberta. We're happy to have you here. And that, you know, we have the acknowledgement of Indigenous lands really from the north through the south. So thank you for that. Let's see. I have a question here from my dear friend, Gabriel Avila. Hola, Gabriel. And he was asking how long did the project take, the Florentine Codex project, I imagine, or the Florentine Codex initiative. So I'm assuming that you're talking about the Florentine Codex itself, and that took 30 years to compile. There was a lot of research that went into the manuscript that we will be reading today. And the version that we will be reading today is a copy and a clean copy of multiple versions that were created. And so what we will be seeing is a copy that's called the Florentine Codex, and that was made between, in a few years, between 1575 and 1577. También en español, tenemos una pregunta de Gabriel y nos pregunta cuánto tiempo duró para hacer el proyecto, y supongo que está hablando del proyecto del Códice Florentino. Duró realmente 30 años para agregar toda la información. Bernardino de Sahagún, el fraile franciscano, trabajaba con muchas personas nahuas indígenas de la área alrededor de Tenochtitlan, en Tlatelolco y los alrededores, y hablaron con los abuelitos que habían vivido durante el tiempo antes de la conquista. Entonces fueron testigos a los eventos de la conquista. Y entonces tenemos todos los apuntes que tomaron durante 30 años. Son manuscritos que siempre me imagino que el fraile andaba con ese librito y estaba tomando notas, y sus colegas nahuas también estaban escribiendo y tomando notas y estaban trabajando muy juntos, ¿no? Y eso duró 30 años. Y al final, la versión del códice que vamos a leer es el Códice Florentino. Ese manuscrito está en Florencia y es una copia limpia que lo hicieron entre 1575 y 77. Entonces, realmente fue un proyecto monumental, como Gabriel lo describe. And we at the Getty Research Institute were embarking on a monumental project of our own, a little bit less monumental than that of the 16th century. But nonetheless, we've digitized the codex, and you will be seeing the codex today. And at least part of it, the digitization that we did a few years ago, and we're working very hard with colleagues in Los Angeles and Mexico to transcribe. The book has already been transcribed, the Nahuatl and the Spanish, and we're putting it all online so that you can read the texts that were written in Nahuatl and Spanish, but then also providing English translations. And I have a wonderful colleague, Leon Garcia Garragarza, who's creating the translation from from Spanish to English. And we also have colleagues in Mexico, Berenice Alcántara and Federico Navarrete at UNAM, and they are creating the translations, at least for Book 12 for our project, from the Nahuatl to Spanish, because the Spanish translation doesn't exist from the Nahuatl. We only have the English translation. There are bits and pieces that have been published over the years, but there's not one definitive translation. And so we are going to be featuring that, and you will get a little bit of a taste of this today with our reading in chapter 7. Berenice Alcántara will read from her Nahuatl to Spanish translation, which is really, you will be the first to hear this. So this is really exciting. En español ahora, en el Getty Research Institute aquí en Los Ángeles, donde trabajamos para poner en línea el Códice Florentino, no solamente la nueva digitalización del manuscrito, pero también todas las transcripciones y traducciones que tenemos. Es decir, vamos a tener los textos del náhuatl y del español del siglo XVI, junto con las traducciones al inglés, del náhuatl al inglés y del español al inglés, y también una totalmente nueva traducción que hacen Berenice Alcántara y Federico Navarrete, que están en UNAM, y ellos hacen la traducción del náhuatl al español, que realmente va a ser un poco como medio revolucionario, porque hasta ahora no existe una traducción del náhuatl al español. Sí hay partes que se han traducido y publicado, pero no una compilación definitiva del texto de la traducción del náhuatl al español. Entonces, hasta ahora no ha sido realmente posible para personas que no hablan inglés leer el texto en náhuatl. Y eso realmente es la voz ¿no? de los antiguos mexicanos, ¿no? De los mexicas, y especialmente los del Tenochtitlan y de Tlatelolco, quienes trabajaron con Sahagún en compilar y escribir toda esa información y pintar esos lindos imágenes. Y pues vamos a poner todo eso en línea. Y también otra cosa, vamos a tener la voz grabada de Eduardo de la Cruz Cruz, también un colega que está en Zacatecas. Él es el director de I10, un instituto de idiomas para aprender náhuatl, y él ha leído todo el texto náhuatl y lo grabamos en el Digital Florentine Codex, el Códice Florentino Digital, que vamos a poner en línea en unos años. Se va a poder escuchar todo esto. Y otra vez estoy hablando tanto porque tenemos unas dificultades con la interpretación, y por eso estamos como poniendo una pausa aquí en el programa. Lo siento mucho. Y mientras tanto voy a tratar de hablarles un poquito. Y again, you're hearing me talk a lot because we have technical difficulties. And so I'm just taking the opportunities of telling you a little bit about the Florentine Codex and about the history of the conquest of Mexico and what we're doing at the Getty Research Institute. And before we really begin with the formal program, we will, while we fix the technical problems that we currently have with the live interpretation. So now it's my pleasure. I'm not sure if we've actually sorted the live interpretation. I'm very sorry about that. And maybe that will come on and be fixed in a few minutes, hopefully. But in the meantime, we will continue with our program so we don't run too far behind. And we're all here to really read the manuscript, and that will be trilingually on screen. So if you miss too much, then in the interpretation, then it's at the beginning, it's not too bad. So now it's really my pleasure to pass on the word to Diana Magaloni and Alice de Carrete, and have them tell you about their wonderful project at LACMA.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Mary, for the introduction. Hello, everyone. Thank you for listening to us today and for being part of this program. On behalf of LACMA, we are delighted to welcome you all to this program, which will give voice to an Indigenous account of what is commonly referred to as the conquest of Mexico. 500 years ago today, on the evening of August 13, 1521, Cuauhtémoc, the young and final ruler of the Aztec Empire, made his way down to the canals of war-torn Mexico Tenochtitlan, to negotiate peace with the invading Spaniards. His people had suffered a devastating year of bloodshed, outbreak, and famine, and the city had been under siege for months. The surrender of Cuauhtémoc on that fateful night meant the end of his rule, but for his people, it meant a future. For the Spaniards, meant conquest. Decades later, in the 1570s, a deadly epidemic, the Hueco ravaged what had been rechristianized as Mexico City, the capital of New Spain. Nahua historians committed to an ambitious and world-sustaining project, recording all of their knowledge, all of their histories, in an illustrated encyclopedia, bilingual, written in Nahuatl and in Spanish, we now know as the Florentine Codex, and also the Historia General de la Nueva España. Their account of the war with the Spanish is immortalized in Book 12, the Book of the Conquest. Today, 500 years later, in the midst of a devastating pandemic of our own, we give voice to the words of these indigenous knowledge keepers. Today, we commemorate the future they forged for themselves through their writings and their paintings. And I now pass the microphone to Alice de Carteret.
Thank you, Diana. And thank you to our audience for your patience today. The first chapter of Book 12 of the Florentine Codex begins with an omen, which is said to have appeared 10 years before the arrival of the Spanish. The authors described this omen as a pyramid of fire, as a banner of clouds piercing the very heart of the sky. It was a new axis around which a new world would be oriented, and its name was Mixpantli. On December 12th of this year, 2 exhibitions will open at LACMA: Mixpantli, Space, Time, and the Indigenous Origins of Mexico, and its companion show, Mixpantli, Contemporary Echoes. Together, these shows contemplate the legacy of the works produced by indigenous knowledge keepers, or tlamatenime, and artist scribes, or tlacuiloque, living under Spanish rule. Theirs is a story of creative resistance and resilience, of adaptation and negotiation, of making the world anew. Wielding the generative, creative power of artistic practice, these tlacuiloque defined a new era, reorienting space and time through novel works of art, illustrated histories, featherworks, stone sculptures, and cartographic paintings, all which situate European Christendom within indigenous cosmovision. Mixpantli is a symbol of the monumental clash of these two worlds and how Nahua artists, by becoming fluent in the cultural traditions of both worlds, envisioned a dynamic future for themselves and their people. If you are moved by today's program, we hope that you will come visit us at LACMA to see Mixpantli this winter. And I will now hand the proverbial microphone back over to our colleague Kim Richter, who will describe a little bit more about today's program. Thank you.
I'm back. We're having technical difficulties with the interpretation, so for now we will remain in English. So the surrender of the Mexica capital, Tenochtitlan, and the sister city, Tlatelolco, occurred today, 500 years ago, on August 13th, 1521. It was a day of endings and beginnings. It marks the fall of the Aztec Empire and the birth of Mexico City, which is quite literally built on top of the ruins of the past. This day is being commemorated across Mexico and also here with this event in Los Angeles, the city with the largest Mexican population after Mexico City. At the Research Institute in Los Angeles, at the Getty Research Institute in Los Angeles, we have dedicated the Florentine Codex Initiative, a major international collaboration, to the study of this unique 16th century Mexican manuscript, with the goal of making it widely available online. The members of this initiative thought to commemorate this day by reading the Mexica's own account of the history of the conquest of Mexico, documented in Book 12 of the Florentine Codex. The Codex's Nahuatl and Spanish columns of text and the many images provide us with 3 parallel narratives that contest the Spanish historical accounts and give agency to the Mexica civilians, their warriors, and their leaders. As you will see, this is not a monolithic indigenous or pan-Nahua narrative. It is a micro-history that unmistakably takes sides. It is a history of the Tlatelolcans based mainly or to a large degree on Tlatelolcan and eyewitness accounts that was written by Nahua scholars and artists who were trained by Spanish Franciscan friar Bernardino de Sahagún and came in large part from Tlatelolco. So we have a very biased view. We are grateful to all of you who are participating as readers or as members of the audience for joining us in this commemoration. This history is not easy to read or digest. It breaks off at a moment of devastation and loss. At the end of Book 12, we are left without closure, without a lesson, without hope. But now we know, 500 years later, how this story continued. The invasion, wars, and conquests went on for centuries until Spain, with assistance by indigenous allies, took dominion over much of the Americas. But despite this devastation, the Mexicas, Nahuas, and many other indigenous peoples across the two continents survived. And we will close with poetry and music that allows us to reflect upon this resilience and survival and the richness of indigenous culture today. The event, much like our initiative, is a collaborative effort. My deepest thanks go to our partners, the Biblioteca Medicea Laurenziana in Florence, Italy, for supporting our initiative and giving us access to the codex. Diana Magaloni, Alice de Carrete, and Aurora Van Zolen at LACMA, Baltasar Brito Guadarrama and Miguel Ángel Gasca Gómez at the Biblioteca Nacional de Antropología y Historia and INA. And a very special shout out goes to Jacqueline Lopez and Aurora for putting together the massive PowerPoint of Book 12, as well as to all the AV techs at Getty and INA who are working in the background, and to our interpreters, who I hope you will be hearing very soon. Aurora took care of all the Spanish translations, and there were lots of them throughout the course of the organization of this event, while Eduardo de la Cruz, director of EDS, provided the Nahua translation to all our promotional materials. And this event would not have been possible without the indefatigable Jennifer de la Fuente from GRI Programming. I thank her for her vision, leadership, and partnership. And if you would like to stay in touch with us and learn more about events at Getty or LACMA related to the Florentine Codex or Latin America, please sign up via the link in the chat or the link that we will be posting at the bottom of the YouTube page for the event. Many of you are probably Zoom pros by now and know that you can come in and out of the webinar at any time, and we will be here all day. You can also watch the live broadcast via INA's YouTube channel, though the live interpretation, again, assuming we can get it up and running, will only be available here in the webinar. After we complete chapter 23, we will take a lunch break and return to reading the second half of Book 12 at 1:30 p.m. And now I'm pleased to give the word to Baltasar Brito Guadarrama, Director of the Biblioteca Nacional de Antropología.
Hola, gracias por acompañarnos todos en esta mañana. Voces y ecos. Cuando Diego Velázquez, gobernador de Cuba, obtuvo permiso de la corona española para explorar las costas del territorio que ahora es México y nombró a Hernán Cortés capitán de su tercera expedición, nunca imaginó que este hijodalgo oriundo de Medellín le jugaría una mala pasada. Aunque sus instrucciones eran muy claras, obtener riquezas y capturar esclavos, la ambición del extremeño por conquistar nuevos reinos lo llevó a conspirar contra Velázquez. Cuando los rumores de traición llegaron a oídos del gobernador, fue demasiado tarde, pues Cortés, casi sin provisiones y al mando de 4 navíos, ya se había hecho a la mar. Así inició una de las expediciones más famosas de la historia, la que, luego de cruentas batallas, propició el 13 de agosto de 1521, la caída de México Tenochtitlan y junto con ella la formación postrera del virreinato de la Nueva España. 10 años antes de que esto sucediera, la angustia y la desesperación se habían alojado secretamente en el corazón de Moctezuma, el Huitlactuani del Imperio Mexica, que siempre había desafiado el futuro y nunca antes había sentido temor ante el porvenir. Ese fuerte desasosiego era provocado por una serie de manifestaciones sobrenaturales que, según su creencia, auguraban un futuro incierto para su pueblo. Una de las más sorprendentes sucedió cuando él y los suyos divisaron una gruesa columna de fuego que permanecía inamovible por el cielo del oriente. En otra ocasión, los sirvientes del gobernante indígena atraparon una ave que tenía en medio de la cabeza un espejo redondo donde, en vez del reflejo correspondiente, se veía en él una multitud de gente armada y montada encima de unas bestias cuadrúpedas totalmente desconocidas para ellos. Estos presagios recibían el nombre de Tetzahuitl y, a decir de los antiguos mexicanos, tenían como finalidad advertir a los seres humanos sobre algún acontecimiento que intervendría drásticamente en el flujo de sus vidas. Son justamente estos relatos sobrenaturales los que abren la narración del libro 12 del Códice Florentino, la obra más importante que, desde el siglo XVI y hasta la fecha, existe sobre la cultura nahua del centro de México. Fue un franciscano, Fray Bernardino de Sahagún, su artífice. Para su realización contó con la ayuda de un nutrido grupo de indígenas informantes y tlacuilos, quienes recopilaron una gran parte de la información sobre el México prehispánico. El libro 12 también es conocido como el de la conquista, y a lo largo de sus líneas leemos la versión mexica de este hecho histórico. Es muy probable que haya sido concluido hacia 1555 y vuelto a enmendar 30 años después por el mismo autor, quien se dio a la tarea de anotarlo en náhuatl y en castellano. Sahagún justificó su escritura señalando que, cito, los que fueron conquistados supieron y dieron relación de muchas cosas que pasaron entre ellos durante la guerra, las cuales ignoran los que los conquistaron, por las cuales razones me parece que no ha sido trabajo superfluo el haber escrito esta historia, la cual se escribió en tiempo que eran vivos los que se hallaron en la misma conquista y ellos dieron esta relación. Además de los Tetzahuitl, aquí se narran las acciones que Moctezuma proveyó para recibir a los invasores, el recorrido que realizaron desde Veracruz hasta su llegada al Hueyaltépetl mexica, la caótica y desastrosa huida de Cortés y sus huestes tras la controvertida muerte del Tlactuani, la terrible peste que posteriormente cayó sobre los indígenas y las numerosas acciones de guerra que, de una y otra parte, emprendieron hasta llegado el día de la fatídica caída de la gran México Tenochtitlan, precisamente hoy hace 500 años. El libro 12 del Códice Florentino y los otros 11 que lo acompañan son la viva voz de los actores históricos de aquellos tiempos. Una voz polifónica que, gracias al esmero de esa resuena. El Instituto Getty, el LACMA y la Biblioteca Nacional de Antropología del INAH rememoran el relato de lo acaecido hace 500 años. Con su lectura buscamos hacer eco de esa historia, de esas vidas y sobre todo de la resistencia y resignificación que tienen entre los pueblos de hoy. Escuchemos esas voces. Gracias.
Gracias, Baltasar. Before we can begin our reading of Book 12 of the Florentine Codex, I would like to acknowledge that we are reading the transcriptions and translation by Nahua scholars James Lockhart, and we thank UCLA and the Center for Medieval and Renaissance Studies for letting us use his work for this initiative. You will also get to preview a small excerpt of the new Nahuatl to Spanish translation of Book 12 by Berenice Alcántara and Federico Navarrete at UNAM. And that will be coming up at chapter 7, and you will see there's a slight variation to how we set up the slides. But this is basically the outline how we have it. We have on one side the 16th century Spanish that you can read along. It's a funky orthography, but I hope you will understand it. Then there's the 16th century Nahuatl, and then below the English translation of the Nahuatl. And all these texts again are by James Lockhart. And now, without any further ado, we begin reading book 12 of How the Spaniards Conquered the City of Mexico. And it's my great pleasure and honor to welcome Marcela Celorio, Consul General of Mexico in Los Angeles, who will read the book's preface, written in Spanish and addressed to the reader.
Thank you so much, Kim. And it's our privilege here at the Mexican Consulate to be able to be part of this beautiful initiative. Al lector. Aunque muchos han escrito en romance la conquista de esta Nueva España, según la relación de los que la conquistaron, quise la yo escribir en lengua mexicana, no tanto por sacar algunas verdades de la relación de los mismos indios que se hallaron en la conquista, cuanto por poner el lenguaje de las cosas de la guerra y de las armas que en ella usan los naturales, para que de allí se puedan sacar vocablos y maneras de decir propias, para hablar en lengua mexicana, cerca de esta materia. Allegase también a esto que los que fueron conquistados supieron y dieron relación de muchas cosas que pasaron entre ellos durante la guerra, las cuales ignoraron los que los conquistaron. Por las cuales razones, me parece que no ha sido trabajo superfluo el haber escrito esta historia, la cual se escribió en tiempo que eran vivos los que se hallaron en la misma conquista. Y ellos dieron esta relación personas principales y de buen juicio, y que se tiene por cierto que dijeron toda verdad. Thank you.
We're just waiting for our next reader to be pushed over from the green room over to this side. And estamos esperando hasta que el próximo lector empiece.
Desean que si puedes empezar de nuevo, por favor, que te tenían en mudo. Ya, adelante.
the technical problems are following us. I think this is the revenge of Moctezuma. I almost prefer the other kind because I have control over that. So we will be pausing the program one more time and just trying to fix it, that we will find a different technical solution, and then we will be right back.
Okay. Sí, hola, buenas
¿Ya
tardes.
funciona?
Buenas tardes, yo me llamo Cuitláhuac. Okay.
Okay, perfecto. Oh, yeah, okay. No change of plans. We're back to the program. Thank you. Technical problems resolved.
Cualtitok, ni pehuas. Inik matlactletl omome amochtli. Itechpa tlatoa inkenin mochiu iayotl in nikan ipanaltepetl México. Inik se capítulo onca mitoa innes. Inmotak inmachiyotl yoa intetzahuitl. Inayamo walwi españoles innikan tlali ipan inayamo no ishimachoa innika chaneque. Inayamo walasi españoles ok matlacchihuitl sentlamatli tetzahuitl achtones iricatitech. Yuki in tlemiayotl, yuki in tlecuesalotl. Yukin tlahuiscali pipishaoticaka inik nesia yukin ilhuicatl quisoticak. Simpatlahuac, cuapitzauac, wel inepantla in ilhuicatl, wel iolo, inasiticac ilhuicatl, wel ilhuicayolo titech, asiticac, in iutioya ompa tlapopa, in walmoquetzaya, owi, onquis y yowalnepantla, inesia tlatlahuilaya y pantlathuia. Kin yewatl kiwalpolowaya in tonatio, in icuac walquisaya. Wel se xiuitl in walmoquetzaya. Ipan matlacli omome cali impio. Au in icuac nesia tlacahuasia nenenhuitecouia neisahuiloya tlatema. Inik ontetl tetzahuitl mochiu. Inik nikan México. Kan san monomaui in tlatlac, huetlan. Ayak ma kitlecaui. San momomatlecaui in ical huitzilopochtli. Mitoaya iteoc. Iteyoacan tlatlequecan. Ines iye tlatla in tlaquetzali. In itok. Walquisa. In tlemiayot. In tlenenepili. In tlecuesalot. Senca san isiuca compalo. In ishkich calcuahuitl. Niman ye ik tlacoaca quitoa. Mixica ma walatotoca tlasehuilos. Amapilol au in icuac catequillaya in quesihuisnehisquia san ye ilhuise mopizza. Ayokmo wel siu wel tlatlac. Inik etetl tetzawitl, huitekok ipan tlatlatzin. Teocalli san xacali katka, itayoaken son molco. Iteupan inxotecutli. Amo ti tlahuaya san ahuachkiauaya a oachkiauia inich tetzama chok. Yu mitoa in san tonalhuitekok amo no kakistik in tlatlatzinilistli. Inik nautetl tetzawitl, onka in tonatiu in xiuitl huetz ye teitia ompa walpeu in tonatiu icalquiampa, au ompa itzkia in kisawiampa yuki in texochtli pipixautiu, yeka mocuitlapiltiutiu. Hueca asitiu in cuitlapil, au in otac seca tlacahuacac yukin yowali omoman. Inik macuiltetl tetzawitl, poson in atl amo iehecatl ki posonalti. Yukin momomoloca, yukin xixitemomoloca, senca hueca in ia, inik macoquetz, ao in cali tzitzintla casic, ao cacapachiu, xixitin in cali, yawatl in wei atl, totlan mani nican Mexico. Inik xicuan sentemantli tetzawitl, miecpa siwatl cacouia chocatiu, tzatzitiu, iotica senca tzatzi, quitotinemi, no pizzahuitzitzi, no pizzihuantzitzin, ik san iwe tonwi, in kemanian kitoa, no pizzihuatzitzin, campa namech no wilkilis. Inich chicontlamantli tetzawitl, sepa tlatlamaya, manoso tlataviaya, inatlaca. Sentetl cacique tototl nextic, yukin toquilcoyotl. Nima kititito inmotecosoma tlilan calmecac, omotzcalo, intonatiu, octlaca, yukin tescatl ikpak mani malacachtic, tehuilacachtic, yukin chapoticac, ompa onetzia inihuicatl in sisitlaltin, in mamalhuastli, ao in mitocosuma, senca quimotetzaui, in icuac quimitac, sisitlaltin, yao mamalhuastli, ao in opa ontlaxich in ikpak tototl, ene ikitac, yuki on in acame, moquetztihuitze, tepeutzihuitze, moyauchiuchiutihuitze, quinmana mamasa. Ao niman quinots in tlachiuki, in tlamatinime, quimilwi. Amo ankimati in tlain on itak yukin akame momokets tiwitse. Au ye kin ankiliskia in con ontikake opolu autle kitoke. Inik xicuei tetzawitl, miekpa mote nextiliaya, tlacanetzolti, onnetzontecomeque, san se in intlac, ompa quimohuicauia in tlilan calmecac, ompa quimitiaya in motecosuma in quimitac nima poliuia. Inik ome capítulo onca mitoa in kenin asico, in achto akali wala in iu kitoa kasan sentetl in akali. Ao in oitoke in akike walake ilwika atenko, in akaltika ye on tinemi. Niman inoma ya in cuetlextecatl pinotl, wei calpixque, quinhuicac ok sequintin calpixque. Mictlancuautla calpixqui yautzin. Inik wei teuknihuacan calpixque, itoca teuknihuacatl. Inik naui yauatl incuitlapitok. San tetlan tenki tlayacanqui. Inik macuili tentlil. Sano tlayacanqui. San ok ye wantin in inquimatato. San yukin ma quintlamatiltito. Inik quinwaltitato. Inik quinnemilito. Quinmacato. Tlasoltimatli. Tlazotlanqui, can wel itech itilma in motecosoma in ocse ki mi. San wel i neishkawil wel itonal. Akaltika in ayake inik kimatito inik yu kichoki in. Kito in pinotzin. Ma tikitztlawiti in tlacat motecusomatzin ka iacmo anenca ma san tewantiwia ma ton kiwiti inik wel melawak. Tlascamatimiac, muchas gracias. Thank you very much.
Were seen. They were going along by boat. Then Pinotl of Quetzaltlan,
Desean que si puedes
a
empezar de
high
nuevo,
steward, went in
que
person,
tenían en lugar.
taking other stewards with him. The steward of Teosin Yocan, named Teosin Yocatl, the fourth, Cuitlalpitoc, who was only a dependent, a subordinate. These were the only ones who first went to see the Spaniards. They went as if to sell them things so that they could spy on them and contemplate them. They gave them precious cloaks, precious goods, the very cloaks pertaining to Moctezuma, which no one else could don, which were assigned to him alone. It was by boat that they went to see them. As they were doing it, Pinotzin said, "Let us not lie to the Lord Moctezuma, for you would live no longer. Let's just go, lest we die, so that he can hear the real truth." Moctezuma was his personal name, and Tlacatocli was his title as ruler. Then they embarked, launched off, and went out on the water. The water folk paddled for them. When they approached the Spaniards, they made the earth-eating gesture at the prow of the boats. They thought that it was Quetzalcoatl Topiltzin who had arrived. The Spaniards called out to them, saying, "Who are you? Where have you come from? Where is your homeland?" Immediately they said, "It is from Mexico that we have come." They answered them back, "If you are really Mexica, what is the name of the ruler of Mexico?" They told him, "Oh, our lords, Moctezuma is his name." Then they gave them all the different kinds of precious cloaks they carried, to wit, like those mentioned here, the sun-covered style, the blue-knotted style, the style covered with jars, the one with painted eagles, the style with serpent faces, the style with wind jewels, the style with turkey blood, or with whirlpools, the style with smoking mirrors. For all these things that they gave them, the Spaniards gave them things in return. They gave them green and yellow strings of beads, which one might imagine to be amber. And when they had taken them and looked at them, greatly did they marvel. And the Spaniards took leave of them, saying to them, "Go off while we go to Spain. We will not be long in getting to Mexico." Thereupon they went, and the local people also came away, coming back. And when they came out on dry land, they came straight to Mexico, moving along in this direction, day and night, to come in to inform Moctezuma, to tell him and report to him the truth. They took the goods they had received. Then they spoke to him, "O our Lord, our Master, destroy us if you will. But here is what we have seen and done at the place where your subordinates stand guard for you beside the ocean. For we went to see our lords the gods out on the water. We gave them all your cloaks, and here are the fine things belonging to them that they gave us." They said, "If you have really come from Mexico, here is what you are to give to the ruler, Moctezuma, whereby he will recognize us." They told him everything the Spaniards had told them out on the water. And Moctezuma said to them, "You are doubly welcome. Take your rest. What I have seen is a secret. No one is to say anything, to let it escape from his lips, to let a word slip out, to open his mouth, to mention it, but it is to stay inside you."
¿Empiezo? Inik eyi capítulo. Oncan mictoa in tlenictlanahuati Moctezuma inicua coquica quintlatol in iguantin in kitaki akali in achtohuala. In Moctezuma niman ye nahuatia in Cuetlaxtecatl, iwan in isquintin, Kimilwi, Xitlanahuatica, Matlapielo in Owian Atenco, Inik Mictoa, Nachtlan, Tostlan, Mictlan Cuautla. In Campaye, Kisakiwi. Niman yaque in Calpichque, Tlanahuatique, Inik Tlapiyeloya. Awin Moctezuma, Quincentlali in Itequiwan, Sihuacoatl, Tlilpotonqui, Tlacochcalcatl, Quipiatzin, Tizoxiahuacatl, Quetzalastatzin, Huitznahuatlailotlak, Ecatepatiltzin. Quincakiti in Tlatoli, Iwan, Quimititi, Quimixpanti in Quihualcuique Coscatl. Quimilwi. Ka otimashuizoque in Matlateo Xihuitl. Huel mopillas. In Tlatlatique huel quipiasque. In Tlacentetl quichitonisque tocacal. Topipilhuan. Titeehuan. Au niman ye mocuepa in Xihuitl. Ye imonamicio in Matlacli o Meyitochtli. Au yetlamisneki ye itzonquisian in Xihuitl o Meyitochtli. In Quisaco. In ye no sepa itoque. Au niman quinonotztihuetzico in Moctezuma. In Oquicac niman icuica tlaiwa in Ixcuima, in Ixmoma, ca yehuatl in Topiltzin Quetzalcoatl, in Oquisaco, ca Ixcatca in Yolo, in San Walas, in San Quisaqui, Quihualmatis in Ipet, in Icpal, Ipampaca o Mitztilla in Icuac ya. Au in Quimiwa Macuiltin, Quinamiquitiwi in Quitlamamacatiwi, in Teyacantia te Owa, in Itectoca, in Ipiltoca, Yowali Ichan. Inik ometeposecatl, inik eyi Tizawa, Inik Nahui Huehuetecatl, Inik Macuili Hueycamecatl Eka. Tlaxcamati.
Capítulo 4 de lo que proveyó Moctezuma cuando supo la segunda vez que los españoles habían vuelto. Este fue don Hernando Cortés. A los sobredichos habló Moctezuma y los dijo: mirad que me han dicho que ha llegado nuestro señor Quetzalcóatl. Id y recibidle, y oíd lo que os dijere con mucha diligencia. Mirad que no se os olvide nada de lo que os dijere. Veis aquí estas joyas que le presentéis de mi parte, que son joyas que le presentéis de mi parte, perdón, que son todos los atavíos sacerdotales que a él le convienen. Primeramente, una máscara labrada de mosaico, de turquesas. Tenía esta máscara labrada de las mismas piedras una culebra doblada y retorcida, cuya doblez era el pico de la nariz y lo retorcido iba hasta la frente. Era como el lomo de la nariz. Luego se dividía la cola de la cabeza, y la cabeza con parte del cuerpo iba por sobre el un ojo de manera que hacía ceja, y la cola con parte del cuerpo iba por sobre el otro ojo y hacía otra ceja. Estaba esta máscara encherida en una corona alta y grande, llena de plumas ricas, largas y muy hermosas, de manera que poniéndose la corona sobre la cabeza, se ponía la máscara en la cara. Llevaba por Joel una medalla de oro redonda y ancha. Estaba asida con 9 sarteles de piedras preciosas que, echadas al cuello, cubrían los hombros y todo el pecho. Llevaba también una rodela grande, bordada de piedras preciosas, con unas bandas de oro que llegaban de arriba a abajo por toda ella, y otras bandas de perlas atravesadas sobre las de oro de arriba a abajo por toda ella, y los espacios que hacían estas bandas, los cuales eran como mallas de red. Iban puestos unos zapitos de oro. Tenía esta rodela unos rapacejos en lo bajo. Iba asido en la rodela una bandera que salía desde la menilla de la rodela, hecha de plumas ricas. Llevaba también una medalla grande, hecha de obra de mosaico, que la llevaba atada y ceñida sobre los lomos. Llevaba también unos sarteles de piedras preciosas con unos cascabeles de oro entrepuestos a las piedras para atar a la garganta. De los pies llevaba también un cetro, como cetro de obispo, todo labrado de obra de mosaico de turquesas, y la vuelta de arriba era una cabeza y una culebra revuelta o enroscada. También llevaba unas coteras como los grandes señores se las suelen poner. Segundo, llevaban también los ornamentos o atavíos con que se ataviaba Tezcatlipoca, que era una cabellera hecha de plumas ricas que colgaba por la parte de atrás hasta cerca de la cintura. Estaba sembrada toda de estrellas de oro. Llevaban también unas orejeras de oro que llevaban colgados unos cascabelinos de oro y sarteles de caracolitos marinos blancos y hermosos. De estos sarteles colgaba un cuero que era como peto y llevábale ceñido de manera que cubría todo el pecho hasta la cintura. Llevaba este peto unos caracolitos sembrados y colgados por todo él. Llevaban también un cosete de tela blanca pintado. La orilla de abajo de este cosete iba bordada con plumas blancas, 3 listas por todo alrededor. Llevaba una manta rica de tela. De ella era un azul claro y toda labrada encima de muchas labores de un azul muy fino. Llamábase esta manta tzitzili. Esta manta se ponía por la cintura, atada por las esquinas al cuerpo. Sobre esta manta iba una malla de mosaico, atada al cuerpo sobre los lomos. También llevaba unos sarteles de cascabeles de oro para atar a las gargantas de los pies, y también unas cotaras blancas, como los señores las solían traer. Llevaban también los atavíos y ornamentos del dios que llamaban Tlalocan Tecutli, que era una máscara con su plumaje, como lo que arriba se dijo. También unas orejeras de chalchihuitl, anchas, que tenía dentro unas culebritas de chalchihuites, y también un cosete pintado de labores verdes y unos arteles o collar de piedras preciosas con una medalla de piedras preciosas. Y también llevaba una medalla con que se ceñían los lomos, como la que arriba se dijo, con una manta rica con que se ceñía, como se dijo arriba, y cascabeles de oro para poner a los pies, y su báculo como el de arriba. Otros ornamentos también se llevaban, eran del mismo, quetzalcóatl, una mitra de cuero de tigre y colcagua de la mitra. Sobre las espaldas, una capilla grande, hecha de plumas de cuero. Llevaba la mitra un chalchahuitl grande y redondo en la punta, y también unas orejeras redondas de mosaico de turquesas y un garabato de oro que salía de la oreja. Llevaban también un collar de oro del que colgaba una medalla de oro, que llamaban Ecazoxcatl, y una manta rica con que se ceñía, y unos cascabeles de oro para los pies, y una rodela que tenía en el medio una plancha de oro redonda, la cual rodela estaba bordada con plumas ricas en lo bajo de la rodela. Salía una banda de plumas ricas en la porta, que se dijo arriba. Llevaba un báculo labrado de mosaico de turquesas y en la vuelta de arriba puestas unas piedras ricas o perlas eminentes en lo alto de arriba. También llevaban unas cotaras, como los señores las solían traer. Todas estas cosas llevaban los mensajeros y las presentaron, según dicen, a don Hernando Cortés. Otras muchas cosas las presentaron que no se escriben, como fue una mitra de oro hecha de manera de caracol marisco, con unos rapacejos de plumas ricas que colgaban hacia la espalda, y otra mitra llana, también de oro, y otras joyas de oro que no se escriben. Todas estas cosas metieron en sus petacas, y tomada la licencia de Moctezuma, dícholes, id con prisa y no os detengáis, y adorad en mi nombre al Dios que viene, y decirle, acá nos ha enviado vuestro siervo Moctezuma. Estas cosas que aquí traemos os envía, habéis venido a vuestra casa, que es México. Tomaron luego los caminos los mensajeros y llegaron a la orilla de la mar, y allí entraron en canoas y llegaron a un lugar que se llama Chicalanco. De allí tornaron otra vez a entrar en otras canoas con todo su hato y llegaron a los navíos. Luego les preguntaron de los navíos, ¿quiénes sois vosotros? ¿De dónde habéis venido? Dijeron los de la canoa, venimos de México. Y dijeron los de la nave, por ventura no sois de México, sino que decís con falsedad que soy de México y no os engañáis. Y sobre esto tomaron y dieron, y dice que se satisfacieron los unos a los otros, juntaron la canoa con el navío y echáronles una escalera que subieron al navío donde estaba don Hernando Cortés.
Capítulo 5 de lo que pasó cuando los mensajeros de Moctezuma entraron en el navío del capitán don Hernando Cortés. Comenzaron a subir al navío por la escalera y llevaban el presente que Moctezuma los mandó llevar. Como estuvieron delante de don Hernando Cortés, besaron todos la tierra en su presencia y habláronse de esta manera. Sepa el Dios a quien venimos a adorar en persona que su siervo Moctezuma, el cual le rige y gobierna la Ciudad de México, y dice, ha llegado con trabajo de Dios. Y luego sacaron los ornamentos que llevaban y se los pusieron al capitán don Hernando Cortés, ataviándole con ellos. Pusiéronle primeramente la corona y máscara que arriba se dijo y todo lo demás. Echáronle al cuello los collares de piedras que llevaba con los joeles de oro. Pusiéronle en el brazo izquierdo la rodela de que se dijo arriba, y todas las otras cosas se las pusieron delante, ordenadas como suelen poner sus presentes. El capitán les dijo, ¿hay otra cosa más que esto? Dijéronle, Señor nuestro, no hemos traído más cosas de estas que aquí están. El capitán mandólos luego atar y mandó soltar tiros de artillería. Y los mensajeros que estaban atados de pies y manos, como oyeron los truenos de las lombadas, cayeron en el suelo como muertos. Y los españoles levantáronlos del suelo y diéronles a beber vino, con que los esforzaron y tornaron en sí. Después de esto, el capitán don Hernando Cortés les dijo por su intérprete, oíd lo que os digo. Hanme dicho que los mexicanos son valientes hombres, que son grandes peleadores y grandes luchadores. Son muy diestros en las armas. Dícenme que un solo mexicano es bastante para vencer a 10 y 20 de sus enemigos. Quiero probaros si esto es verdad, si sois tan fuertes como me han dicho. Luego les mandó dar espadas y rodelas para que peleasen con otros tantos españoles para ver quién vencería a los otros. Y los mexicanos dijeron luego al capitán, don Hernando Cortés, óyanos vuestra merced, nuestra excusa porque no podemos hacer lo que nos mandáis, y es porque Moctezuma, nuestro señor, no nos envió a otra cosa, sino a saludaros y a daros este presente. No podemos hacer otra cosa, ni podemos hacer los que nos mandáis. Y si lo hiciéremos, enojarse a mucho nuestro señor Moctezuma y mandarnos a matar. Y el capitán respondióles, haced de hacer en todo caso lo que os digo. Tengo de ver qué hombres sois, que allá en nuestra tierra hemos oído que sois valientes hombres. Aparejaos con esas armas y disponeos para que mañana, luego de mañana, nos veamos en el campo. Gracias.
Inig chicuasan capítulo. Uncan mitoa inkenin ititlanoa Moctezuma, hualmecuepque in mican México kilhuico in Moctezuma in quitaque. Niman ye ik quincau quinoeltemohuique in indocalco. Au in ohualtomoque acalco, niman ye ik tequitlaneloa ontetemi intlaneloa sequinti matlaneloa. Sentlacapau hualmatlaloa. Kimolhuatzihuitze tiacahuane ixquich amotlapat xitequitlanelocan maitlan taxti maitlan topa mochiu. Isihuica asitihuetzico in itic in itocauyocan xicalanco santequit uncan hualiyocuitiquisc ic ye no sepa sentlacuau hualtotoca. Niman asiko in tecpan tlayacac, niman ye noik hualme hueltia, huamueltlaloa, asitihuetziko in cuetlaxtlan, sano hualquitzquitzque uncan ijiocuique. Auch in cuetlaxtecat, quimilwi maoc semilhuitzintli, ximosevi, wincan maoc amigio xicuican. Auch kilhuique, Kaamo kasan tisiwitiwi tiknonochilisque in tlacat tlatoani Moctezuma, tiktolohuitlisque in tlen otiquitaque in sencante mamahuisti in aik ihuiqui omotac quish ye cuel yetachto toconacakis. Niman isihuica hualpeuque asitihuetzico in México, san igualtica in asico sawali hualcalaque. Auch in Icuac, in Huaquicochis, Aquitlacual, Quimatia, au ye Quilhuiaya, in Sasotlain, Quichihuaya, Sahuiquin, Nentlamatia, Ihuiquin Achica, el Sisiwi, Mosihuaquetza, Mosihuapoa, Auctlehuelic, Autletepac, Autle Tehualti, Ipan Quimatia. Ipampa in Quitoaya, tlen iktopan muchiwas, acnel ikak ayepa newatl, huel patzmiki in noyolo, huiquinma xilatequilo, huel toneoa chichinaca campa nel toteco. niman kimonauatike inkipian in Itzcontlan, tlapia kimonilhuekie, intla mocochitia ximolhuilican, ka oualake inti kimotitlani atl itik. Au in oconilto niman kiwalito. Amo ninkan nikakis, umpa nikakis in pacalco, ma umpa wian yoan walanuati kiwalito, ma ontetesawilo in mamalti. Au niman umpa yake in pacalco intitlanti, no yoat in montecusomatsin. Niman ye ik imishpan mikoa kimelteteki in mamalti, inimesio ik kimonatselwi aya intlitanti, in pampa in yuh kichwike in kasenka owinkan, in owia ka akimitato imishko imikpa otlashato wel okinotske in teteu. Thank you.
Seventh chapter, where it is told the account that the messengers who went to see the boat gave to Moctezuma. When this was done, they talked to Moctezuma, telling him what they had beheld, and they showed him what the Spaniards' food was like. And when he had heard what the messengers reported, he was greatly afraid and taken aback, and he was amazed at their food. It especially made him faint when he had heard how the guns went off at the Spaniards' command, sounding like thunder, causing people actually to swoon, blocking the ears. And when it went off, something like a ball came out from inside, and fire went showering and spitting out. And the smoke that came from it had a very foul stench, striking one in the face. And if they shot at the hill, it seemed to crumble and come apart. And it turned a tree to dust. It seemed to make it vanish, as though someone had conjured it away. Their war gear was all iron. They clothed their bodies in iron. They put iron on their heads. Their swords were iron. Their bows were iron. And their shields and lances were iron. And their deer that carried them were as tall as the roof. And they wrapped their bodies all over, only their faces could be seen, very white. Their faces were the color of limestone, and their hair yellow-reddish, though some had black hair. And they had long beards, also yellow-reddish. The hair of some was tightly curled. And their food was like fasting food, very large, white, not heavy, like chaff, like dried maize stalks, as tasty as maize stalk flour, a bit sweet or honeyed and sweet to eat. And their dogs were huge creatures with their ears folded over and their jowls dragging. They had burning eyes like coals, yellow and fiery. They had thin, gaunt flanks with the rib lines showing. They were very tall. They did not keep quiet. They went about panting with their tongues hanging down. They had spots like a jaguar's. They were very colored. When Montezuma heard it, he was greatly afraid. He seemed to faint away. He grew concerned and disturbed. Thank you.
Inik chicuey capítulo. Uncan mitoa inkeni yehuatl moteupsoma, kimigo inanahualtin tlatlateculo, intetlachiwe anime, inikintlaimpan kichihuasque in españoles. Nima nikuak tlayoa in moteupsoma inkimigua mochehuantin inatlaca, intlasiuki, inanahualti. Yoan kimigua inachcacauti, chicahuasque, intiacahuan, inimpantlatosque, inixquixintechmonekis intlacual intotoli, intotoltetl, inixcastlaxcali. Yoan intlen kitlanisque ioan iquitzauel pachihuis iniyolo, huel quimitasque. Quimigo in mamalti, in monemachti, quisque inimesco. Auyu quichuque intitlanti. Auinica no quitaque senca motlailtique chichicha, ixteten motzoloa, ijicopi, motzontekon huihuixoa. Auin tlacuali etztica catzelhuique, que es huique. Senca iguiquehuac quintlaelti, yeicacasenca xochia quinesli. Auinic yuquichiu moteuxoma, caquinteuma teteu, impaequinma quinteutocac. Inotzaloque, ic tocayotiloque, teteuilhuicac huitze. Auintliltique, teucacatzacti mitoque. Quinyewal quicuaque iztactlaxcali, tlatzincuitl, totoltetl, totoli. Auin yeixqui xochicuali, cuautzapotl, tesonzaputl, atzaputl, totocuitlatzaputl, camutli, cuaucamutli, poxcaucamutli, xochicamutli, tlapalcamutli, xicama, masaxocotl, atoyasxocotl, xalxocotl, incuauxilotl, aguacatl, aguaxi, texocotl, incapoli, inoxtli, inamacapuli, istacnoxtli, cosnoxtli, tlatocnoxtli, tzaponoxtli, anoxtli, oin mazatlacuali, pipilo tlachicastli. Au inic quimiwin moteuxoma inanahualtin tlaciuqui, in quimitasquin kenamique, inasohuel quitlacateculohuisque, quintlachihuisque, inasohuel quimipitzasque, quinxoxoxasque, inasonicla inquimotlasque, inasoicla tlacateculotlatoli y quintlanonoxilisque, inasococolisquisque, mimiquisque, inanose ic ilotisque. Au inyeguantin quichuque inintequiu inahualti initexpe españoles. Saniman abuelitque, atlehuel quichuque. Nimanik hualmocueptihuetzque, quin nonotzacuin moteuxoma inic yuque, inic chicahuaque. Amo titenamicoan yuque atitleme. Nimanik tetlacuaunahuantin moteuxoma, huel quicocolti, huel quintenistli, quinmiquisnahuatin calpisque. Au inixquixintecutli inaxcauti inquitasque, inquimocuitlahuisque inixquixintechmonequis. Au inoualauacaquisque inyequene inhuitze, inyehualolinisque, inyehualolini, inyehualotlatoca, senca necuitlahuiloque, mahuimachoque, santema quinhualatiaque, hualotlatocaque, senca inca necheaoloc. Gracias.
Capítulo 9. Del llanto que hizo Motecuzoma y todos los mexicanos desde que supieron que los españoles eran tan esforzados. Oídas las cosas arriba dichas por Motecuzoma, concibió en sí un sentimiento, que venían grandes males sobre él y sobre su reino, y comenzó a temer grandemente. No solamente él, pero todos aquellos que supieron estas nuevas ya dichas. Todos lloraban y se angustiaban, y andaban tristes y cabizbajos, hacían corrillos, y hablaban con espanto de las nuevas que habían venido. Las madres llorando tomaban en brazos a sus hijos y trayéndoles la mano sobre la cabeza decían: «Oh hijo mío, en mal tiempo has nacido, qué grandes cosas has de ver, en qué grandes trabajos te has de hallar. Fue dicho a Moctezuma cómo los españoles traían una india mexicana que se llamaba Marina, vecina del pueblo de Tectipac, que es a la orilla del mar del norte, y que traían esta por intérprete, que decía en la lengua mexicana todo lo que el capitán, don Hernando Cortés, mandaba. Luego Moctezuma comenzó a enviar mensajeros y principales a donde estaban los españoles para que mirasen lo que se hacía y procurasen lo que era menester al servicio de los españoles. Cada día iban unos y volvían otros. No paraban mensajeros que iban y venían. Y los españoles no cesaban de preguntar por Moctezuma, queriendo saber qué persona era, si era viejo, o si era mozo, o si era de media edad, o si tenía canas. Respondían los indios mexicanos a los españoles: hombre es de media edad, no es viejo, ni es gordo, es delgado y enjuto. Cuando oía Moctezuma la relación de los mensajeros, cómo los españoles preguntaban mucho por él y que deseaban mucho de verle, angustiábase en gran manera. Pensó en huir o de esconderse para que no lo viesen los españoles ni le hallasen. Pensaba de esconderse en alguna cueva o de salirse de este mundo e irse al infierno o al paraíso de este mundo o cualquier otra parte secreta. Y esto trataba con sus amigos, aquellos de quien confiaba, y ellos le decían: hay quien sepa el camino para ir al infierno y también al paraíso terrenal y a la casa del sol y a la cueva que se llama Sincalco, que esta cabe a Tlacuihuayan, detrás de Chapultepec, donde hay fama que hay grandes secretos. En uno de estos lugares se podrá vuestra majestad remediar. Escoja vuestra majestad el lugar que quisiere, que allá le llevaremos, y allí se consolará sin recibir ningún daño. Moctezuma se inclinó a irse a la cueva de Sincalco, y así se publicó por toda la tierra. Pero no vio efecto este negocio. Ninguna cosa de lo que dijeron los nigrománticos se pudo verificar, y así Moctezuma procuró de esforzarse y de esperar a todo lo que viniese y de ponerse a todo peligro. Thank you.
Tenth chapter, where it is said how the Spaniards landed uncontested and came on their way in this direction, and how Moctezuma left the great palace and went to his personal home. Then Moctezuma abandoned his patrimonial home, the great palace, and came back to his personal home. When at last the Spaniards came, when they were coming along and moving this way, a certain person from Zempoalan, whose name was Tlacochcalcat, whom they had taken when they first came to see the land and the various Altepec, also came interpreting for them, planning their route, conducting them, showing them the way, leading and guiding them. And when they reached Tecoac, which is in the land of the Tlaxcalans, where the Otomis lived, the Otomis met them with hostilities and war, but they annihilated the Otomis of Tecoac, who were destroyed completely. They lanced and stabbed them. They shot them with guns, iron bolts, crossbows. Not just a few, but a huge number of them were destroyed. After the great defeat at Tecoac, when the Tlaxcalans heard it and found out about it, and it was reported to them, they became limp with fear. They were made faint. Fear took hold of them. Then they assembled, and all of them, including the lords and rulers, took counsel among themselves, considering the reports. They said, how is it to be with us? Should we face them? For the Otomis are great and valiant warriors, yet they thought nothing of them. They regarded them as nothing. In a very short time, in the blink of an eyelid, they destroyed the people. Now let us just submit to them. Let us make friends with them. Let us be friends, for something must be done about the common people. Thereupon, the Tlaxcalan rulers went to meet them, taking along food, turkey hens, eggs, white tortillas, fine tortillas. They said to them, "Welcome, our lords." The Spaniards answered back, "Where is your homeland? Where have you come from?" They said, "We are Tlaxcalans. Welcome. You have arrived. You have reached the land of Tlaxcala, which is your home." But in olden times, it was called Texcalan, and the people Texcalans. Tlaxocalmati miak. Muchas gracias. Many thanks. Bye-bye.
Capítulo 11. De cómo los españoles llegaron a Tlaxcala, que entonces se llamaba Tezcala. Los señores y principales de Tlaxcala metieron en sociedad a los españoles, recibiéndoles en paz, llevándoles luego derechos a las casas reales. Allí los aposentaron y los hicieron muy bien tratamiento, administrándoles todas las cosas necesarias con gran diligencia, y también les dieron a sus hijas doncellas muchas, y ellos las recibieron y usaron de ellas como sus mujeres. Luego, el capitán comenzó a preguntar por México, diciendo, ¿dónde está México? ¿Está lejos de aquí? Dijéronle, no está lejos, está a andadura de 3 días. Es una ciudad muy populosa y los naturales de ella son valientes y grandes conquistadores. En todas partes hacen conquista. Los tlaxcaltecas y cholultecas no eran amigos, tenían entre sí discordia, y como no los querían, dijeron mal de ellos a los españoles para que los maltratasen. Dijéronlos que eran sus enemigos y los amigos de los mexicanos, y valientes como ellos. Los españoles, oídas de estas nuevas de Cholula, propusieron de tratarlos mal, como lo hicieron. Partieron de Tlaxcala todos ellos, y con muchos empualtecas y tlaxcaltecas que los acompañaron, todos con sus armas de guerra, llegan todos a Cholula. Los cholultecas no hicieron cuenta de nada, ni los recibieron de guerra ni de paz. Estuvieron quedos en sus casas. De esto tomaron mala opinión de ellos los españoles y conjeturaron alguna traición. Comenzaron luego a llamar a voces a los principales y señores y toda la otra gente para que viniesen donde estaban los españoles. Y ellos todos se juntaron en el patio de Gran Q del Quetzalcóatl. Estando allí, juntos los españoles, afrontados de la poca cuenta que habían hecho de ellos, entraron a caballo, habiendo tomado todas las entradas del patio. Comenzaron a lancearlos y mataron todos cuantos pudieron, y los amigos indios de creer que mataron muchos más. Los cholultecas ni llevaron armas ofensivas ni defensivas, sino fuéronse desarmados, pensando que no se haría lo que se hizo. De esta manera murieron mala muerte. Todas estas cosas que acontecieron, luego que acontecieron, los mensajeros de Moctezuma se las venían a decir. Todo el camino andaba lleno de mensajeros, de acá por allá y de allá por acá. Toda la gente en México y donde venían los españoles, en todas las comarcas andaba la gente muy alborotada y desasosegada. Parecía que la tierra se movía, todos andaban espantados y atónitos. Y como habieron hecho en Cholula aquel estrago, los españoles con todos sus indios, sus amigos, venían en gran multitud, en escuadrones, con gran ruido y gran polvoreda. De lejos resplandecían las armas y causaban gran miedo en los que miraban. Asimismo, ponían gran miedo los lebreles que traían consigo, y que eran grandes y traían las bocas abiertas de lenguas sacadas e iban carleando. Así ponían gran temor en todos los que veían.
Capítulo 12. De cómo Moctezuma envió a uno muy principal suyo con otros muchos principales que fueron a recibir a los españoles y hicieron un gran presente al capitán en medio de la Sierra Nevada del volcán. Cuando supo Moctezuma que los españoles habían partido de Cholula y que iban camino de México, despachó luego a un principal suyo, el más principal de su corte, que se llamaba Cihuacupuca, y con él muchos otros principales y otra mucha gente para que fuesen a recibir a los españoles, y diólos un presente de oro que llevasen. Partiéronse de México y topáronse con los españoles entre las dos sierras, que es la Sierra Nevada y el volcán. Allí los recibieron y presentaron el presente de oro que llevaban. Y según que a los indios les pareció, por las señales exteriores que vieron en los españoles, holgáronse y regocijáronse mucho con el oro mostrando que lo tenían en mucho. Y como vieron el principal, Cihuacupuca, preguntaron a los que con ellos venían, tlaxcaltecas y cempaltecas, secretamente, si era aquel Moctezuma. Y dijéronles que no era él, que era un principal suyo que se llama Cihuacupuca. Y después preguntaron al mismo principal si era el Moctezuma. Y dijo que sí, que era el Moctezuma. Y dijéronle, vete de ahí que mientes, que no eres Moctezuma. ¿Piensas de engañarnos? ¿Piensas que somos algunos necios? No nos podrás engañar. Ni Moctezuma se nos podrá esconder por mucho que haga. Aunque sea ave y aunque se meta debajo de tierras, no se nos podrá esconder de verle habemos y de oír habemos lo que nos dirá. Y luego con afrenta enviaron a aquel principal y a todos los que con él habían ido, y ellos se volvieron a México y contaron a Moctezuma lo que habían pasado con los españoles.
Capítulo 13. De cómo Moctezuma envió otros hechiceros contra los españoles y de lo que les aconteció en el camino. Como supo Moctezuma que ya venían los españoles camino de México, enviólos al encuentro muchos sátrapas de los ídolos agoreros, encantadores y nigrománticos, para que con sus encantamientos y hechicerías los empeciesen y maleficiasen. Y no pudieron hacer nada, ni sus encantamientos los pudieron empecer, ni aún llegaron a ellos. Porque antes de que llegasen a ellos, toparon con un borracho en el camino, y no pasaron adelante. Parecióles que era un indio de los Chalco. Parecíales que estaba borracho, traía ceñido a los pechos 8 cabestros o sogas hechas de heno, como de esparto, y venía de hacia donde estaban los españoles. Y llegando cerca de ellos, comenzó con gran enojo a reñirlos, y díjoles: ¿para qué porfiáis vosotros otra vez de venir acá? ¿Qué es lo que queréis? ¿Qué piensa Moctezuma de hacer? Ahora, ¿acuerda despertar? Ahora, ¿comienza a temer? Y ha errado, ya no tiene remedio, porque ha hecho muchas muertes injustas y destruido muchos, ha hecho muchos agravios y engaños y burlas. Como vieron a este hombre, los encantadores temieron mucho y prostráronse delante de él. Comenzaron a rogarle e hicieron un montón de tierra como altar y echaron heno verde encima para que se sentase. Y él, como hombre enojado, ni quiso sentarse ni mirarle, ni hacer lo que le rogaban. Por demás hicieron el altar o asiento, mas antes se enojó más bravamente, y más reciamente los reñía con grandes voces y gran denuedo. Les dijo: ¿por demás habéis venido? Nunca más haré cuenta de México, para siempre os dejo. No tendré más cargo de vosotros, y os ampararé. Apartaos de mí. Lo que queréis no se puede hacer. Volveos y mirad hacia México. Y ellos volviéronse a mirar hacia México, y vieron que todos los cues ardían, y los calpules y calmecates, y todas las casas de México. Parecióles que había gran guerra dentro en la Ciudad de México. Como vieron aquello los encantadores, desmayaron grandemente, y no pudieron hablar palabra. Hízoseles un nudo en la garganta. Esto aconteció en la cuesta que sube hacia Tlalmanalco. Hecho esto, desapareció aquel que les hablaba, y volviendo en sí, dijeron: esto que hemos visto convenía que lo viera Moctezuma y no nosotros. Este que nos ha hablado no es persona humana, es el dios Tezcatlipoca. Estos mensajeros no curaron de ir más adelante, sino volvieron a dar relación a Moctezuma de lo que había pasado. Venidos los mensajeros a la presencia de Moctezuma, oído lo que dijeron, entristecióse mucho, estaba cabizbajo, no hablaba, estaba enmudecida casi fuera de sí. A cabo de rato, díjoles, pues, ¿qué hemos de hacer, varones nobles? Ya estamos para perdernos, ya tenemos tragada la muerte. No hemos de subirnos a alguna sierra, ni hemos de huir. Mexicanos somos, ponernos hemos a lo que viniere por la honra de nuestra generación mexicana. Pésame de los viejos y viejas y de los niños y niñas que no tienen posibilidad ni discreción para valerse donde les escaparan sus padres. Pues, ¿qué hemos de hacer? Nacidos somos, venga lo que viniere. Gracias.
Fourteenth chapter, where it is
Hello,
said
can you hear us?
how Moctezuma
Yeah, I think
gave
actually
orders
you guys did know.
for the roads to be closed so that the Spaniards could not get to Mexico here. And in a vain attempt, Moctezuma ordered that the roads and highways be closed off in various places. They planted magueys in the road, coming straight to Mexico here, directing them instead onto the road going into Texcoco. And where they had closed the road with a wall of maguey, the Spaniards immediately recognized it. They saw that they had just blocked it, and they disregarded it.
You were supposed to be reading that.
They took the magueys, kicked them far away, sent them flying, hurled them off to the side. They spent the night at Amacamecan, then came straight on along the road and reached Cuitláhuac, where they also spent the night.
Léxico en USA, no sé tu nombre, pero ¿estás leyendo en nuestro lugar?
They assembled the rulers from each of the kingdoms among the Chinampa people, Xochimilco, Cuitláhuac, Mixquic. They told them what they had told the rulers of Chalco, and the rulers of the Chinampa people also submitted to them. And when the Spaniards were satisfied, they moved on this way and made a halt in Iztapalapan. Then they had summoned the rulers there as well, called the four lords of Iztapalapan, Mexicatzinco, Colhuacan, and Huitzilopochtli. They talked with them in the same way they had spoken to the Chinampa people, as was said. And they too peacefully submitted to the Spaniards. Moctezuma did not give orders for anyone to make war against them or for anyone to meet them in battle. No one was to meet them in battle. He just ordered that they be strictly obeyed and very well attended to. And at this time, there was silence here in Mexico. No one went out anymore. Mothers no longer let their children go out. The roads were as if swept clean, wide open, as if at dawn with no one crossing. People assembled in the houses and did nothing but grieve. The people said, "Let it be that way. Curses on it. What more can you do? For we are about to die and perish. We are awaiting our deaths."
Fifteenth chapter, where it is said how the Spaniards came from Iztapalapan when they reached Mexico. Then they set out in this direction, about to enter Mexico here. Then they all dressed and equipped themselves for war. They girded themselves, tying their battle gear tightly on themselves and on their horses. Then they arranged themselves in rows, files, ranks. 4 horsemen came ahead, going first, staying ahead, leading. They kept turning about as they went, facing people, looking this way and that, looking sideways, gazing everywhere between the houses, examining things, looking up at the roofs. Also, their dogs came ahead, sniffing at things and constantly panting. By himself came marching ahead, all alone, the one who bore the standard on his shoulder. He came waving it about, making it spin, tossing it here and there. It came stiffening, rising up like a warrior, twisting and turning. Following him came those with iron swords. The iron swords were bare and gleaming. On their shoulders, they bore their shields of wood or leather. The second contingent and file were horses carrying people, each with his cotton cuirass, his leather shield, his iron lance, his iron sword hanging down from the horse's neck. They came with bells on, jingling or rattling. The horses, the deer neighed. There was much neighing, and they would sweat a great deal. Water seemed to fall from them, and their flecks of foam splatted on the ground like soap suds splatting. As they went, they made a beating, throbbing, and hoof pounding, like throwing stones. Their hooves made holes. They dug holes in the ground wherever they placed them. Separate holes formed wherever they went, placing their hind legs and forelegs. The third file were those with iron crossbows, the crossbowmen. As they came, the iron crossbows lay in their arms. They came across testing them out, brandishing them, aiming them, but some carried them on their shoulders, came shouldering the crossbows. Their quivers went hanging at their sides, passed under their armpits, well filled, packed with arrows, with iron bolts. The cotton upper armor reached to their knees, very thick, firmly sewn, and dense like stone. And their heads were wrapped in the same cotton armor, and on the heads plumes stood up, parting and spreading. The fourth file were likewise horsemen, and their outfits were the same, as had been said. The fifth group were those with harquebuses, the harquebusiers, shouldering their harquebuses. Some held them level, and when they went into the great palace, the residence of the ruler, they repeatedly shot off the harquebuses. They exploded, sputtered, discharged, thundered, disgorged. The smell made people dizzy and faint. And last, bringing up the rear, went the war leader thought to be the ruler and director in battle, like among us, the Tlacatecatl, gathered and amassed about him, going at his side, accompanying him, enclosing him were his warriors, those with devices, his aides, like among us, those with scraped heads, the Cacachitan, and the Otomi warriors, the strong and valiant ones of the Altepetl, its buttress and support, its heart and foundation. Then all those from the various Altepetl on the other side of the mountains, the Tlaxcalans, the people of Titliquitepec, and the Huizotzinco came following behind. They came outfitted for war with their cotton upper armor, shields and bows, their quivers full and packed with feathered arrows, some barbed, some blunted, and some with obsidian points. They went crouching, hitting their mouths with their hands and yelling, singing in Toquilan style, whistling and shaking their heads. Some bore burdens and provisions on their backs. Some used hump lines for their foreheads, some bands around their chests. Some carrying frames, other board cages, some deep baskets. Some made bundles, perhaps putting the bundles on their backs. Some dragged the large cannons, which went resting on wooden wheels, making a clamor as they came. Thank you.
Ini Castolyok se capítulo, unkan miktoa imkeni motexoma, pahka, yokushka, kinamikito españoles, in umpa xoloco, inashkan in umpa mani ikal Alvarado, in aknoso unkan kiktoa Whitsealand. Aw, inye yuki in oaxiko xoloco, inye unkan tlantimani in unkan yaketiwits. Niman ye ik mu chikchiwa, mo senkawa in motexumatsin, iniktena mikis. Iwan oksekintin, wehweintin tlaktoke in tlaksokpipilti, in itlas tlaktokayoan in ipilwan. Niman ye ikwitena mikiske, shikal pechtika, kon mahmanke in tlasokxochep, in chimalxochep, in Yolok Shuchip, in Nepantla, Ikatiu in Iski Shuchip, in Kostiki Shuchip, in Kakawa Shuchip, in Ikpak Shuchip, in Shuchine Apantli, Iwan Kitki in Teoquitla Koskat, Chayawak Koskat, Koska Petlat. Au in ye unkan in Witsila ontenamik motek sumatsin, niman ye ikontla makmanke. In yautachkau in tepachokau yau kiske, kon shochimaka, kon koskati in koskat, kon shuchikoskati, kon shuchiapan, kon ikpakshuchiti, niman ye ik ishpan kon tekilia in teoquitla koskat, in istitlamantli tena mikoni, tena mikli in ika oyehkau seki konkaskati. Au in onsonkis, in itlaklak clautilis motexoma konkakit, niman kiwalilwin motexoma, kuishamote, kuishamoyete, yete ti motexoma, histo in motexoma, ka ke maka kanehwat, niman ye ikwel omoketsa, kon nishnamik timoketsa, kon nepech tekilia welishkichkana motlakoketsa, ini kon tlaklauti kilhui, totek pioe, otik mihiowilti, otik mosiawilti, otlaltitech tomakshitiko, o itech tomopachiwiltiko in matsin, in motepetsin Mexico, o ipan tomowetsitiko in mopetlatsin, in mokpalsin, in oachitsinka ninitsono pialili, in oni mitsono tlapialili. Ka o yake in motechukawan in tlaktoke, in itzcoatzin, in wehwe motexoma, in ashayaka, in tisoxic, in awitzot, in ukwelachik mitsomo tlapialiliko, in okipachoko inat, in tepet, in Mexico, in Cuitlapan, in Tepozco, in Owalyatia, in Moma Sewalsin, Wish, Ok, Walamati, in Imonica, in Tepozco, Ma se me yowantin kitstiani, kimauisotiani, in Nehuat, in Ashkan Nopan Omoshu, in Yenikika, in San Imonica, in Tepuzco, Totek Yoan, Kamus San Nitemiki, Kamus San Nikochitlehua, Kamus San Nikochita, Akmus San Niktemiki, Kayon ni Mitsnoipili, Mish 5 onitlachish, ka onionen tlamatikadka iniemakwi, iniematla, in umpanonitstika, in kenamikan, in otimo kishtiko, in mishtitlan, in ayautitlan. Anka yehwat, in kiteneutiwi, in tlaktoke, in tikmomachtikiu, in matsin, in motepetsin, ipatimowetztikiu, in mopetlatsin, in mopalsin, in tiwal mowikas. Au, in ashkan ka oneltik, o tiwal mowikak, o tik mihiowilti, o tik musiawilti, ma tlaltitech shimakshiti, ma shimosewi sino, ma shokon momachiti in moptek pankalsin, ma shimoksewili in monakayotsin, ma tlaltitech makshitikan in totekyon. Au in onsonkis in itlaktaklautilis motexoma, kung kakitin Marquez, niman kung kakistili kon naitalhui in Malinsi, au in Onkak, in Marquez, in Itlaktol, in Motexoma, niman ye kinawatia in Malinsi, in nawal popolots, hiwalito, in ipopolochkopa, ma moyolali in Motexoma, makaamo momauti, ka senka titlasokla, ka ashkan wel pachiwi in Toyolo, ka tikishimati in Titaki. Kaye ishkichkawit in senkatikitasneki in ishko, titlachasneki. Auch in kititake ye tiwalahke in ichan in Mexico. Iwian kikakis in totlakol. Niman ye ik imatitech konange. Ye ik kiwikakriwitse. Ki tsotsona in inestilia in petla soclalis. Au in español esquista, y sexemita, ixitlan ompehpehua, ontlecleco, waltehtemo iniquista. Au in tlactoque istintin in itlan mantiaque, inixe, takamatsin, texcucu tlactuani, inicome, tetle panketsatsin, tlacupan tlactuani, inig ei, itzquautsin, tlacochcalcat, tlatilulco tlactuani, inignawi, to pantemoxin, tlatilulco y tlactlalica ucatca, in motexoma in on mantiaque, au in oxequintin picpiltin tenochca in atlixcatsin tlacatecat, in tepehuatzin tlacochcalcat, quetzalastatsin, pisos siahuacat, totomotzin, empatiltzin, quapiatzin, in anok motexoma, kahmo san motlatique, minashke, titlaulcaute, tlaskmati.
Capítulo 17. De cómo los españoles con Moctezuma llegaron a las casas reales y de lo que ahí pasó. Desde que los españoles llegaron a las casas reales con Moctezuma, lo detuvieron y nunca más lo dejaron apartarse de ellos. También detuvieron a Izcahuatzin, gobernador de Tlatelolco. A los dos los detuvieron con ellos y dejaron ir a los demás. Luego soltaron todos los disparos de pólvora que traían y con el ruido y el humo de disparos, todos los indios que ahí estaban se quedaron como aturdidos y andaban como borrachos y comenzaron a irse por diversas partes, muy espantados. Y así los presentes como los ausentes concibieron un espanto mortal. Durmieron aquella noche en el palacio y luego al otro día, muy de mañana, comenzaron a pregonar de parte del capitán y de parte de Moctezuma, que se trajeran todas las cosas necesarias para los españoles y para los caballos. Moctezuma ponía mucha diligencia en que trajesen todas las cosas necesarias, pero los piles y los achacuatles y otros oficiales a quien concernía esta posición no querían obedecer a Moctezuma ni acercarse a él, pero con todo esto proveían de todo lo necesario. Desde que los españoles se volvieron en sus aposentos, concertado todo su repuesto y reposado, comenzaron a preguntar a Moctezuma por el tesoro real, para que él les dijese dónde estaba, y él los llevó a una sala que se llamaba Teucalco, donde tenían todos los ricos plumajes y otras joyas, muchas de plumas y de oro y de piedras preciosas, y las sacaron delante de ellos. Los españoles comenzaron a quitar el oro de los plumajes y de los escudos y de los otros atavios de danza que ahí estaban. Y por quitar el oro, destruyeron todos los plumajes y las ricas joyas, y el oro fue fundido e hicieron barretas. Las piedras que les parecieron finas fueron tomadas. Los indios de Tlaxcala tomaron las piedras menos preciosas y plumaje. Los españoles escudriñaron toda la casa real y tomaron todo lo que les pareció bien. Gracias.
Inik Kashtoli Omei capítulo, Onkan
mitoa in kenin españoles calaquito in ipilchan. Moteku tsoma, auch in tlen ompa mochiu. Niman ie ik qui in huel i tlatio yaya moteku tsoma, in ompan mopia, in huel in tech, in ashka, in moteku tsoma. Itoki yaya yokan totocalco. Iken motzetzenketza. Iken iyoyolipan. Iken mo keketzotzona. Iken I istaya iyolo. Auch in onacito, in on calaque. Tlatlatioloyan. Iken tlasesemana. Nawian au ak tiwetzi. Iken mi ihkolia. Niman I ek hualakishtiloy. Ihuel ishkoyon iyashkan. Inwel ine ishkawil. Inwel itonal. Mochi tlazotlanki. In Chakyawak Koskat, in Makchonkot, in Teoquitlat Matemecat, Ijuan in Matzopetzli, Teoquitla Ikshi Tequequestli, Ijuan in Chiwitzoli Tlatoka Tlatkit, Ijuan in Iyakashiwit, Ijuan in Ishkich, in Okseki, in Tlatki, in Almozan Tlapowali, Mochi Kikweke, Mochi in tech con pachoque, mochi como techtique, moch con motonatique, au inok kokoleuke en ichkich in teoquitlat, in ontla kokoleuhualak, niman ie ik kisentlalia, itualalco, itual napantla, in ichkich in plazo ihuit, au in ie Ishki in o mochimo netchiko in teoquitlat, niman ie ik kin hual notza, kin hual ne nonzalani in ishkichtin in ipiltin, in malinsin, tlapanko hual motketz, antenan tikpak, kitoa, mexika, xihualwian, kasenka ie tla iowia in españoles, xicualwik, Quican y Tlacuali y Chipahuacat y Juan in Ishkichmoneki ka ie tla iowia ie ki siwa wi ie ki yowia ie mosiwi ie mi iowia tika inamo anwalas neki ignesi ka anqualani imeshika sa niman aok mo tlapaloa ia Ima onwia, senka mo mauhtiaya, mauhka son nekia, mi isa wiaya, senka ma wisli onok, ma wisli moteka. Aokak teslash tlapoloa, za irkin tequani onka, za irkin tlali miktok. Te lo amo ik mokawa, amo ik netzotzonalo, inka con kawa in ishkich in tech moneki za in mahkak in konkawaya zan mo mahtiaya o mahkitiwi za o mamahka tlalolo loa in onta kawa au in oktepehuato hual netlalolo huala chichitoka tlasika tlawiwi yoka. Thank you. Tlaskamati.
Inik Castoli o Navi capítulo. Un canmitua in kenin españoles. Kinaotique mexica inik chiasque in iluich wishilubushli. Awinen amoishpan muchich in capitan. Caicuac in umpa iatenco inik asico Pánfilo de Narváez. Catepan niman ie ik kitlani in iluich ui wishilubushli, in kename iliwi, kimawis kosneki, kitatesneki, in kanami, in kenen muchoga. Nima iek ik tlanahuatia, in moctecuzoma, in akikwe vel wel okoncalaki itechicocuan, kio alquistaya in tlatoli, in owalquis tlatoli in wampa caltastetica motecuzoma, niman ieik kiteki in owatli, chicaltut in xioa, moshewi xacuaque, Wunca inteu oitalco, hualquisque in españoles. Kenka homosenecauca in Ica y aotlaticuet, moya chichihueque, moqui chichichuique, itlan kikisa, insalan kikiwasa, kinya yayabala, kin semita, imishko, tlatlachia, intecioa, ine iwiki in okimonitaco, nima ie y calacui in iotecpan. Iui mastic, kilmach iak temictisaqua intla miek tlacat, senixani toninistlin. In iewakik, ilwit in toxcatl, teutlacpa, in queupituatlia, in cuitlacatilia, in nacayo, kitlacatlaclilaya, kitlacatlachitlaya, kitlacatenestlia, ininquinancayotiayaya, san sotsuali, ien michi Huatzuali, Tlacopepechpan in Kitlayaya, Ie in Huitzilacuhtl, Yoa Nacalascutl, Iene Huatlacat, Nima Kikuapotonia, Yoan Kikshoa, Istatatlan, Yoa Icanoxclit, Givit in Tlacoalili, in Iuqua Nacoc itec pipeltac in Huitztacoyotl, Tecuetl xoxopiltec, tlaxoxopiltectli, yoayicapaliol mitl, teuquitlad in tlatlachuitli, tlasontli, yoan tlatentli, tlacanoali, tlatlecuilcoli, no iter pilcaya moteneoa, huitzan nahuitl islan, tlatlan inik islan tatlan, uncan icac texutli, yoan tecustli, yoaipac coquetza, huitzitzinahual, nima con toquilia y toca anecuitl, iwitl in tlachichihuali, mimiltic, achitzin huitztic, achi tsimpitzoac, nima ie, in tospololi, ihuecxocatlan, in contraililia iter, pilcac, tsihuicuexpali, yoa tichti tzicastilma, tlaltipali, macuilcan in tlapoltonoli, cuauh tlacaciotica, quimiololotica, yoan initilma in tlani, quimioquetenia, tzotzontecomayo, o micayo, impani quimolpilia, yoan isicul, inic tlacuiloli tlalcalcualo, camoch huanca, iquiliutoc in tzonsecomatl, nacastli, yoyotli, cuitlaxculi, el tapactli, tomischichi, mahpali, yocpali, yoanimaxtli, san in maxtatl, huela xortlanqui, in tlamaxio, inic no, tlalcualo, inic tlamatitli, in uwe sanamatl, yetloat in quamatl, inik patloak sematl, inik viak sempuali, inik tlacualoli texocual xilki, inakexpan, kimamantiacte ayatekpayo, iniyexpan canamatl cacta. Tlapali inik tlacuiloli, inik tlaesicuiloli, yacatekpayo, sano amatl in xanagyoli, sano wihki inik tlacuiloli, tlaesicuiloli, yoani ishimal, yetika otlat in tlaxaoli, otlaximali, naucan tlapaltoli, cuautlaxcayatica, iwisha chapanquipi, motenoa, neweweli chipayo, sano ihki in espantli, inik tlacualoli, yuanavi ixmo ik kisensitkia in ismal, yuan yakposh quex imak pilkak, coyotemetl in tlavatpintli, yuan iter, plactica amatl, tlaxoxotlali. In otlavik, en ilwik ipan, in yotzinco ik kixtlapaoa, in ivek monetoltia, ixpan consenpanti, kitlen tamaquilia, ixpan, kimana in iskikan wentli in tlacatlacuili, in tzolilacatzoli. In ikuak in aokmo kitlacahuike, aokmo kakokixtlike in itepeyok. In ixquik tlacatl in telpopochtlequiquiocake, ihkin nesesequetzalo, ihkin iniolilipa, in ilhuitztlaxque, in ilhuitlamastique, inek, quintatlatisque, quintlamahuixocoltzque, quitlaixtlatzique in españoles. Tlatoca, tetlalolo, huampa, itztiova, in tehuitualco, inik huampa necocololos, in osesenxquioc, nimae ik peloalo, iech huampeon in cuicoyan necocolos, in monsepual sauque, yuan in moxexioccauque, nepan istinemi, in tetzacua, in mu cocuau, in akin kikaxneki, ixtlitlaeye calhuia, in ococahuitl, in akin maxixas, kitlatlaltiwi icuexi, yuan yaxtel, in akin san, niman atlatlacamatli, in amo tetlatsaltoca, in aken tlata, wel ik ki cuiquitlabeltiki, kimetzhuiteki, cacahuelteki, caliticpa, contopewa, conchicanaoa, conixquitza, mixiquetztui, nanacatzintui, ayactemacnauti. Sen kenka yoya tlamahuaitiaya, tlamaetlaitaya, semisacaxoa, semisacaxin, katka in yahvan, huitzilobuxtli in mosexioxauque, tlacataya, in huehuetaucacaban, in vevextiva, telhuelquisaya, amo quitzacuiliaya, in esquic telputzintli, in cuechpaltzine, in cuechpaltzineque, yuan in tzotzolcoleque, in tepalyamani, in yaque, in moteoneoa, in telpulchiaki, in se iknemi, in se secasitenemi, in anoso, ume casitemi no kinsakwaya, kimilwayaya, umpa, shiva, onocne, an kitegintitia amotek ito. Thank you.
Inixempowali capítulo. Onca mitoa inquien españoles quimictije, quinixtlamije y mexica, in quilwiquixtiliaya, huitzilopochtli, in onca mitoyaya, tehuitialco. Au inye iki inye ilhuitlacamacho, in ye netotilo inye cuico, inye cuico guanalo. In cuicatl iki xaxamacantimani, inye iman, in otla ima mantic inic temictisque in españoles. Niman ye ik hualquiza o moyachichique o contatzacuaco in isquicampa quixoyaya, calacoyaya, in cuaquiahuac, tecpancinco, acatl y yacapa, tezcacoac, au in o contatzahque no isquiza momanque, huacacuel hualquiza. Au in ye iki niman ye in calaki in tehuitualco, in temictisque in iteki, in temictije san tlaxipauia, imehuachimal seki itotopochimal, iwan in tepos macua, niman ye ik quinyahualoa in quimitotia, niman ye ik wi in huehuetitla niman quinmahuiteque, in tlazozona hualcocoton. Omexti in imacpal, sactepa, quiquechuiteque, hueca huetzito in iquech. Niman ye mochinti texixili, tepostopiltica, iwan tehuiteque, teposmacuatica. Sequinti quincuitlazo niman hualmotoshoyawa in cuitlaxcol. Sequinti quincuatzatzayanque, huel quitzeltilique in zontecon, huel itzeltix in itzonteco, au in sequinti quimacuilhuiteque, hualcacamatlapa, hualtzatzayan in inacayo, sequinti quincotzhuiteque, sequi quimetzhuiteque, sequinti quinmitihuiteque. Niman mochihual momotoshawa in icuetlaxcol. Au in aca ocne motlaloa in icuetlaxcol sa kiwalana. Iki xoshoquiawa in momaquixtisneki au campa huelwi. Au in akin quizasneki ompa kiwalwiteki, kiwalxixili. Au sequinti tepantli quitlecahuique, tel huel momaquixtique sequinti calpolco, cacalaje ompa momaquixtique, au in sequinti itlan momaquixtique itlan cacalaje inyehuel mique. San momiccanenequia, huel momaquixtique, au in aca oc moposawa, in conita con chichili, au in mesco in tiacahuan iki atl in totocac, iki alacatoc, iwan xoquijac, eguatoc in estli, au in cuitlaxcoli iki tlahuilani, au in españoles nuhuian nemi in tlatemoa in calpolco, nuhuian o tlaxiltiwi in tlatemoa in asaca ompa nimaya, nohuia nenque, Quichacualotinenque in isquican calpolco in tlatemosque. Au in omachoc nimanye tzatzilla tiacahuane mexica wala totoca ma mechi walo in tlahuistli in chimali in mitl wala siwi wala totoca yemiki in tiacahuan. Omike onixpolihque omixtlatihque mexica tiacahuane niman yeik tlahuacawa yeik tzatsiwa neten huiteco. Isika walnechicauac in tiacahuan iki nesesen quetzalo in mitl in chimali in kitki niman yeik necaliwa quinmo mina in ika tlatzontectli in ika tlacochtli iwan in minacachali iwan in tlatzontectli itzpala tlacio in contlaza iki cospol omoteca in acatl in ipan españoles. Gracias.
st chapter, where it is said how the war first began when the Mexica battled with the Spaniards here in Mexico. And then the Spaniards fortified themselves. From there, the Spaniards shot at the Mexica with iron bolts and fired guns at them. And then they placed Moctezuma in irons. And then all the warriors who had died were retrieved, taken to places and identified. And wailing arose from the mothers and fathers, crying and weeping over them. First, they took them to their various homes, and afterward, they brought them to the temple courtyard and assembled them there. They burned them in a particular place called Coachicalco, but some were burned only at the various youths' houses. And when the sun was setting, while there was still a little sunlight, then Itzcatzi cried out. From a roof terrace, he cried out, saying, "O Mexica, O people of Tenochtitlan and Tlatelolco, your ruler, the Tlacatecutli Moctezuma, addresses you, saying, let the Mexica hear, we are not their match. May they be dissuaded from further fighting. May the arrows and shields of war be laid down. The poor old men and women, the common people, the infants who toddle and crawl, who lie in the cradle or on the cradle board and know nothing yet, are all suffering. This is why your ruler says, we are not their match. Let everyone be dissuaded. They have placed him in irons. They have put irons on his feet." And when he had finished saying this, the Mexica rallied against him, reproaching him. They grew angry and began to fall into a ranting rage. One of them, boiling over and ranting, said to him, "What does Moctezuma say, you rogue? Aren't you one of his men?" Then there was a clamor, an increasing clamor, and then arrows fell on the roof. But the Spaniards held their shields over Moctezuma and Itzcatzi, lest the Mexica's arrows should hit them. The reason the Mexica were very angry was that the Spaniards had entirely annihilated the warriors and killed them treacherously, without warning. They did not neglect to surround the palace. They kept watch at various places where someone might enter by stealth, where someone might secretly deliver bread. Everything that had been given to them was completely blocked off. Absolutely no one delivered anything anymore. It was as though they were crying out their innards. And as to those who would try to give them news and inform them or gain their favor by giving them a bit of food, if they were seen and detected, then they killed them there. They disposed of them by striking them on the nape of the neck or stoning them. Once some Mexica were seen delivering arrows fitted with birds' feathers, they let it out that some others were secretly getting in. Therefore, strict orders were given that good watch should be kept, that each road and canal should be well guarded. Great care was taken to keep a good lookout, and those who had taken in the arrows were doing their duty, sent by the stewards of Ayotzintepec and Chinantla. Then there they took their last breaths. Their tasks came to a conclusion. At the canal, they struck them on the napes of their necks with heavy pointed sticks. There was internal strife among the Tenochca, and without reason that they were seized those who were performing duties, saying, "This is the one," and then killing him. And if they saw a crystal lip plug on someone, they hastened to seize him and killed him, saying, "He too is one of those who go inside and give provisions to Moctezuma." And if they saw someone who had tied about him a thin tribute worker's cloak, they hurried to seize him too, saying, "This is another wretched fellow who goes about carrying scandalous and harmful tales, who takes them into Moctezuma when he goes to see him." And he who would try to save himself would implore them, saying, "Oh, Mexica, what are you doing? I am not one of them." They told him, "You are one of them, you rogue. You are not doing duty." Then and there they killed him. They were just keeping watch on everyone, going about, being careful about everyone. They kept their eyes peeled. The Mexica just watched everyone. They punished many for invented things who were treacherously killed. They punished them for wrongdoings not their own. And others doing duty work hid themselves, went to shelter, no longer showed themselves to anyone or let themselves be seen, no longer came out among people. They were greatly afraid, limp with fear. They went about taking refuge so that they would not fall into someone's hands. And when they had the Spaniards closed in their buildings, they fought them for only 7 days. They were shut in for 23 days, and during each of these days, the canals were excavated, widened, deepened, and the sides made steeper. Everywhere the canals were made more difficult to pass. And on the roads, various walls were built. Walls were laid here and there. Walls were set up and the passageways between houses made difficult. And when this was done,
"22nd chapter, where it is said how it became known that Captain Don Hernando Cortez was on the way here, coming back to Mexico. It became known that the captain was on the way here, coming from the direction of Tepeyacac. He brought many Spaniards and a great many Tlaxcalans and people of Sempoalan. There were very many, a great number, an abundance and multitude. They did not come in their ordinary garb. They came to do battle with their devices and their war gear, their shields, their war clubs, their strong pointed sticks that they came shouldering. They came stirring up dust with their faces all covered with earth and ash, full of dirt, wrapped in dust, dirty. They came running very fast, making great haste, shouting as they went, saying, "Everyone is running along, oh Tlaxcalans, oh Sempoalans." And the Mexica told one another that they would not show themselves to them, but hide themselves and take shelter, as though it were the middle of the night. No one made a sound, but everyone was looking out from doorway openings, openings in walls, and holes where they had pierced the walls a little in order to see out from there. Only those who had places at the side of the road, which followed the roadside, did this. Those who lived in the interior of the house, complexes, did not. If the Spaniards had seen how many warriors there were in places piled together, they would have realized that the Mexica would start and commence the battle, that it would be on their initiative. And when they had entered the great palace, they fired the guns. When this happened, then the Mexica came out to face them and fight. There was a clamor as the battle was joined, as war was waged. Weapons were brandished, arrows and stones fell on the Spaniards, but the Spaniards shot back with iron bolts and guns. Many people were hit by bolts and guns. The crossbowman aimed the bolt well. He pointed it right at the person he was going to shoot. And when it went off, it went whining, hissing, and humming. And the arrows missed nothing. They all hit someone, went all the way through someone. The guns were pointed and aimed right at people. When they were fired, everyone went down, was pressed to the ground. The people lying there were like a mattress. It came upon people unawares, giving no warning when it killed them. However many were fired at died. When some dangerous part was hit, the forehead, the nape of the neck, the heart, the chest, the stomach, or the whole abdomen. But if only their thighs or shoulders were hit, then they did not die of it, nor were their lives put in danger, but they healed. And when the Mexica saw how the guns and iron bolts were shot, they just went back and forth as though crossing this way and that. Everyone went from side to side, being very alert and careful. When the fighting had gone on for 4 days, the warriors, those who had been chosen and picked out as best, those who possessed devices, whose countenances showed the spirit of war, all those climbed up on top of the temple. They took up 2 large beams and many round oak logs called godwood that they were going to hurl down on the Spaniards. Thereupon, the Spaniards climbed up on the temple. They went in separate units, in rows. Those with arquebuses went ahead. Very gently did they climb, not getting agitated. As they went, they fired the arquebuses at things. Second went the crossbowmen, those who shot crossbows. Third went those with swords. Fourth went those with iron lances, staffs shaped like a bat. And when the warriors were trying to arrange themselves to hurl the logs, the thick oak logs, down on the Spaniards, they just pushed them aside with their shields. It did no good at all. And when the Spaniards got on top, they struck, stabbed, and jabbed at people. Thereupon, the warriors threw themselves down to the landings of the temple. Like black ants, they threw themselves down. And the Spaniards cast down from the temple every one of the warriors who had climbed up. They cast down absolutely all of them. Not a one escaped. And when they had finished the killing, they went into the palace and quickly shut themselves in. And this all happened at mealtime. After this, the dead were identified and removed. When all those who had been cast down from the temple had been removed, they were burned in the various youths' houses.
Moctezuma and a great nobleman of Tlatelolco died, and the Spaniards threw their bodies out at the entryway of the house where they were. 4 days after people had been cast down from the temple, the Spaniards removed the bodies of Moctezuma and Itzcuautzin, who had died, to a place at the water's edge called Teoayoc, place of the divine turtle. For an image of a turtle was there, carved in stone. The stone represented a turtle. And when they were seen and recognized as Moctezuma and Itzcuautzin, they hastened to take Moctezuma up in their arms and brought him to the place called Copolco. Then they placed him on a pile of wood and set fire to it, ignited it. Then the fire crackled and roared with many tongues of flame like tassels rising up. And Moctezuma's body lay sizzling, and it let off a stench as it burned. And when it was burning, some people, enraged and no longer with goodwill, scolded at him, saying, "This miserable fellow made the whole world fear him. In the whole world he was dreaded. In the whole world he inspired respect and fright. If someone offended him, only in some small way, he immediately disposed of him. He punished many for imagined things, not true, but just fabricated tales. And there were many others who scolded him, moaning, lamenting, shaking their heads. But it's Cuauhtzin they put in a boat. They took his body in a boat until they got him here to Tlatelolco. They grieved greatly. Their hearts were desolate. Their tears flowed down. Not a soul scolded him or cursed him. They said, the Lord Tlacochcatl Itzcuauhtzin has suffered travail, for he suffered and was afflicted along with Moctezuma. What tribulations he endured on our behalf in the past, during all of Moctezuma's time. Then they outfitted him, equipping him with the lordly banner and other items of paper, and they gave him provisions. Then they took him and burned him in the temple courtyard at the place called Cuauhchicalco. It was with great splendor that his body was burned. After 4 days of fighting, for 7 days, the Spaniards were just enclosed in the house. But when the 7 days were past, they came back out for a while to take a look, looking around here and there. They went as far as Mazatzintamalco. They gathered stalks of green maize, beginning to form ears. They just gathered the maize leaves as one does in war, going in great haste. Hardly had they got where they were going when they quickly went back into the building. When they had come out, the sun was already off to one side, about to set. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks for sticking around, especially after our technical difficulties. But I think we at least got the readers to work, and they did such a wonderful job to read this manuscript, which is hard to do when you're reading 16th century Spanish or 16th century Nahuatl. And so we're so grateful to the readers to bring this manuscript that's so hundreds of years old alive. And I think the writers themselves, they put so much, like they wrote this history in a way that makes it so present for us today. And so it's really wonderful that all the readers really read it with such emotion so that we could sort of feel almost what is going on viscerally. I don't know if the Spanish interpretation is working. I'm sure my colleague will tell me in a minute, but we are now going to go to break until 1:30. We ended a little bit early, but maybe that's a good thing. We can stretch and get a rest. We welcome you to stay on here and stay within the webinar or come back at 1:30. And then we will be reading the rest of the book 12, chapters 24 to 41. So thank you so much for joining us this morning. Please come back at 1:30 and we will see you then. And also we will have poetry to conclude the event by Project 1521, which is an artist and poetry group here in Los Angeles. And we will also have music by Xochicuitla and the Christopher Garcia Music Project. And so it will be a way to sort of reflect on this reading that we've done here today. So see you again at 1:30. Thank you.
1, 2, 3, 4. ¿Me escuchas? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. ¿Me escuchas? Me dice que quieren que hable.
Yo te escucho.
Ah, perfecto.
Pero cambiamos el canal español. A ver.
No, lo que pasa es que no tengo todavía habilitado los canales. Estoy como si fuera invitada, pues.
Ok. Entonces eso tenemos que arreglar esto porque obviamente no funciona así.
Claro.
I'm just telling you right now, you will see, because in your users list, participants, you'll see a little parentheses that says interpreter once it's activated. I'm looking at it right now. She's still not an interpreter.
In the attendees list?
Yeah. Can we promote her?
It's okay. I'm just so curious why she keeps going in. Yeah, I'm going to the attendees audience. PAC. Oh, there she is. Okay, so you want me to promote her?
Let's get her to a panelist.
Okay. Completed.
Me uno como panelista, entonces.
Yeah, ahorita sí, Pati.
How do you guys more promote to panelists? I'm trying.
Okay, so now she's in a panelist. Let's try that ad as interpreter again.
Okay, choose role to attendee. I can make a co-host, assign to closed captioning, allow to record multiple files, allow to multi-pen. I cannot add her as an interpreter from the panelist.
No, go back to the interpretation globe, manage interpretation, and this time try to add her with just her name, just Patty. It should appear in a list.
Okay, so with that having been said, I can add interpreter in just her name.
Yeah.
You want to see if she comes up as an interpreter.
Well, let's see if she comes up on that list that you want.
Yes, she does.
Okay, so add her, update, and let's see what happens.
But now before I do that, I get rid of the original first stab at adding her this way.
Yes.
Interpreter 1.
Yes.
So get rid of that. Okay. English to Spanish. Okay. Update.
There it is.
Oh, great.
We're gold.
Okay. So why don't we need to do any more questions?
No, you're done. No, she's an interpreter. That's it.
Okay, so if everyone can audio, and I will stay on the phone with Madison, but everyone else turn off because our audience members might be hearing this. We'll give them some silence.
Okay, she's golden.
Thank you.
Sí, yo sí. A ver, voy al inglés.
Kim, I can still hear you on the webinar.
Fabulous. Perfecto, funciona bien. Gracias. Gracias.
Oye, ¿y esto qué?
Good afternoon. Welcome back, and thank you for joining us for the public reading of the second half of Book 12 of the Florentine Codex. The chapters this morning covered the omens announcing the arrival of strangers, the arrival and incursion of Spaniards into Mexica territory, the Toshcat massacre, which kicked off the war, and finally the arrest and death of Tlatoani Moctezuma of Tenochtitlan and Itzcuautzin of Tlatelolco. After this cliffhanger, we now turn to chapter 24, which tells of what the Spaniards came to call Noche Triste, or Night of Sorrows, though based on the present account, written from the Mexica perspective, we could envision it under a different name, Noche de Triunfo, or Triumphal Night. After we conclude the reading of Book 12, we invite you to enjoy poetry and music while we reflect on this history that we will have read together. And just as a reminder, our live interpretation should now be working. Thank you all for hanging on with us during the technical difficulties of this morning. And so we invite you to select the icon at the bottom, the interpretation icon at the bottom that looks like a little world globe, and select the channel that you would like to follow, either in English, Spanish, Nahuatl, or you can leave the translation off altogether. And the interpretation, however, will cease once I'm done speaking and we go back to the reading, and then you will have the three languages represented on screen. Just as a reminder, the brown is Spanish, the 16th century Spanish from the Florentine Codex. On the right is the Nahuatl from the 16th century Spanish, from the 16th century Florentine Codex, and at the bottom is a modern English translation of the Nahuatl by James Lockhart. So we had wonderful readers this morning, and now we welcome the next reader for chapter 24.
Sí.
Dos meses exactamente, según el calendario, desde que está en la correccional para menores del condado de Washington. El primer día fue difícil. Entras y
De cómo los españoles y tlaxcaltecas salieron huyendo de México de noche. Después que los españoles y los amigos que con ellos estaban se hallaron muy apretados, ansí de hambre como de guerra, una noche salieron todos de su fuerte, los españoles delante y los indios tlaxcaltecas detrás, y llevaban unas puentes hechas con que se pasaban las acequias. Cuando esto aconteció, llovía mansamente, pasaron 4 acequias, y antes que pasasen las demás, salió una mujer a tomar agua, y viólos cómo se iban, y dio voces diciendo: «¡Ah, mexicanos! Ya vuestros enemigos se van». Esto dijo 3 o 4 veces. Luego, uno de los que velaban comenzó a dar voces desde el cu de Huitzilopochtli, en manera que todos le oyeron. Dijo: «¡Ah, valientes hombres! Ya han salido vuestros enemigos. Comenzad a pelear, que se van». Como oyeron todos esta voz, comenzaron a dar alaridos y luego comenzaron a arremeter, ansí por tierra como por agua. Acudieron a un lugar que se llamaba Mictlantonco Macuilcuitlapilco. Ahí atajaron a los españoles, los mexicanos de una parte, los tlatilulcanos de otra. Ahí comenzaron a pelear contra los españoles y los españoles contra ellos. Ansí fueron muertos y heridos de ambas partes muchos. Y llegando los españoles a una acequia que llamaban Tlatecayocan, como no pudieron pasarla todos y los daban guerra por todas partes, los indios tlaxcaltecas cayeron en la acequia y muchos de los españoles y las mujeres que con ellos tantos cayeron que la acequia se hinchó y los que iban detrás pudieron pasar la acequia sobre los muertos. Llegaron a otra acequia que se llama Petlacalco y pasaron con harta dificultad. Habiéndola pasado, ahí se rehicieron todos y se recogieron y llegaron a otro lugar que se llama Popotla, ya que amanecía. Y los mexicanos seguíanlos con gran grita. Los españoles, con algunos tlaxcaltecas, iban juntos por su camino adelante y peleando los unos con los otros, siguiéronlos hasta cerca de Tacuba, hasta un lugar que se llama Tiliucan, y ahí mataron al señor de Tacuba, que era hijo de Moctezuma, también a que murió un principal que se llamaba Tlaltecatzin, y otro se llamaba Tematecatl Tecutli. Todos iban guiando a los españoles y los enemigos los mataron. Llegaron los españoles a un lugar que llamaban Otonteocalco. Ahí se recogieron en el patio y se refocilaron porque los indios mexicanos ya se habían vuelto a coger el campo. Ahí los llegaron a recibir de paz los otomíes del pueblo de Teucaluiacan y les dieron comida. Gracias.
"25th chapter, where it is said how the people of Teotihuacan came in peace to meet the Spaniards when they fled from Mexico and gave them food. Tlacatecutli was the official name, and Otoncoatl the personal name of the leader of those who came there to deliver food. They laid down before the captain white tortillas, turkey hens, roast turkey, boiled turkey, eggs, and some live turkey hens, as well as some tuna cactus fruit. They said, 'You are doubly welcome. May our lords, the gods, rest. May they lie down and catch their breath.' Then Marina answered them, saying, 'My good men, the captain says, where have they come from? Where is their home?' Then they said to her, 'May our lord hear. We have come from Teocalhuecan, which is his home. We are people of Teocalhuecan.' Then Marina replied, 'Very well, and many thanks. We will go there tomorrow and stay the night.' And then just as dawn broke and daylight came, bodies were removed. The Mexica removed all the Tlaxcalans, Sempoalans, and Spaniards who had fallen into the Tolteca Canal and at Petlacalco or at Mictlantonco. They were removed in boats. They went and flung them out in the stands of white rushes, among the white rushes, in the stands of reeds, in the midst of reeds, forking them with spears, flinging them away. They also threw down the women, naked, yellow all over. They stripped all the women, took everything from them, spilled out what they had, left them lying bare. But the Spaniards they laid out in a separate place, arranging them in rows. They were like tender reed sprouts, new maguey sprouts. Their bodies were like sprouting reeds and rushes. They also removed the people-bearing deer named horses. And the goods that they had gone carrying with them were all picked up and acquired by others. Anyone who came upon anything whatever rushed to take and appropriate it, loading it on his back and taking it home. And there was great fighting over whatever they had gone leaving behind in fear. And much war gear was taken, cannon, harquebuses, and some of it lying strewn about, gunpowder, swords, iron lances, halberds, crossbows, crossbow bolts. And also they acquired their iron helmets, iron cuirasses, coats of mail, leather shields, metal shields, wooden shields. And they acquired their golden bricks, golden discs, and gold dust, and gilded necklaces with pendants. And when they were through taking things, everyone scattered in the water, searching. Some searched with their hands, some with their feet. When the Spaniards were coming out, those who went in the lead were able to get through, but those who came behind were the ones who fell in the water. They all died. It was truly like a mountain of people that was formed. They lay pressed against one another, killing and smothering one another. While this went on, the Spaniards at Oqueco kept sleeping. It was still very dark, still dawn when they arose and readied themselves, dressing for war, donning their war gear. Then they made their departure, got started on their way, put themselves in order. And the Mexica went clamoring at them, yelling at them. They no longer caught up to them, but went looking toward them from afar, dealing with them from afar, from a good distance. And when the Spaniards reached a certain place called Calacoyan, on top of a rounded hill, up on the little eminence where there were rows of rocks, they started killing and stabbing people. They did not give notice to the people of Calacoyan. Unexpectedly, they were killed. The Spaniards took out their rage on them, vented their wrath on them. When they had done the killing, they went down below, encountering some flat land, a little plain called Pisa Apan. Then they went up to Teocalhuacan. Thank you.
Capítulo 26, de cómo los españoles llegaron al pueblo Teucalhuiyacán y del buen tratamiento que allí los hicieron. Llegados los españoles al pueblo de Teucalhuiyacán, ante mediodía, fueron muy bien recibidos por los otomíes, cuyo era aquel pueblo, y diéronlos luego mucha comida, la cual les tenían aparejada. Regocijáronlos y recreáronlos mucho ansí, a ellos como a todos los que con ellos iban, y también a los caballos, dándolos cuanto había menester y ellos tenían. Los otomíes de tlaxcaltecas, que se escaparon de la guerra, conociéronse con los de Teucalhuiyacán, porque eran todos parientes, y desde el pueblo de Teucalhuiyacán habían ido a poblar a Tlaxcala. Y luego todos ellos juntos se hablaron para saludar al capitán y a los españoles. Luego todos juntos fueron a hablar al capitán y a los otros capitanes, diciéndoles que aquella era su casa y su pueblo, y ellos eran sus vasallos. También se quejaron al capitán del mal tratamiento que les habían hecho a Moctezuma y los mexicanos, cargándolos mucho tributo y muchos trabajos, y dijéronlos que si los dejaba, que más mal tratamiento les habían de hacer, porque eran crueles y inhumanos mexicanos. Como Marina hubo dicho al capitán lo que los otomíes decían, díjoles el capitán: no tengáis pena, aunque me vaya, que yo volveré presto y haré que ésta sea cabecera y no sea sujeta a México, y destruyere a los mexicanos. Como oyeron estas palabras, los otomíes de Teucalhuiyacán consoláronse mucho y cobraron presunción y orgullo para rebelarse de los mexicanos. Y los españoles durmieron aquella noche allí, y otro día, antes que amaneciese, aparejáronse para partirse, y tomaron el camino de Tepoztlán. Llegaron a aquel lugar antes de mediodía. Como los de Tepoztlán los vieron que iban a su pueblo, comenzaron luego todos a huir, metiéronse en los montes y escondiéronse por las barrancas. No quedó nadie en el pueblo que recibiese a los españoles. Ni ninguna cosa llevaron consigo. Dejaron todas sus haciendas. Solamente salvaron sus personas porque tuvieron gran miedo que las habían de matar. Y los españoles entráronse en las casas principales o palacios del Señor en aquel pueblo. Durmieron aquella noche todos juntos y todos estaban con gran temor de que viniesen sobre ellos los enemigos. Otro día, en amaneciendo, almorzaron de lo que hallaron por las casas del pueblo. Después que hubieron almorzado, partiéronse, y por el camino donde iban tras ellos los mexicanos dándoles grita. Y si alguno se acercaba a los españoles, luego le mataban. Fueron derechos al pueblo de Citaltepec, y como vieron los de Citaltepec que iban allá, los españoles, escondiéronse, ningún recibimiento les hicieron. Comieron de lo que hallaron por las casas y durmieron allí aquella noche, y de mañana almorzaron. Habiendo almorzado, partiéronse. Y llegaron al pueblo que se llama Xoloc. Los de aquel pueblo, todos huyeron, y nadie osó esperar. Todos se subieron al cerro que se llama Xoloc, y allí se escondieron, y todos tuvieron gran temor. Los españoles durmieron allí aquella noche. Y otro día, muy de mañana, como hubieron almorzado, partiéronse los españoles. Iban por el camino en dos rencles, los de caballo y todos los de a pie, y los que llevaban cargas iban en medio de los de caballo, y de camino quemaron todas las casas de los demonios que hallaron a mano, porque eran pajizas y como las casas ardía, espantábanse los que lo veían. Yendo por su camino adelante, los españoles iban tras ellos dándoles grita a los maceoales de aquellos lugares, pero no osaban llegarse. Aquel día llegaron al pueblo que se llama Astaquemecán. Este es un monte alto, poblado. Los españoles les subieron al monte, aposentáronse en la falda del monte, en una población que se llama Zacamulco, que está en un collado. Aposentáronse en un cu de los otomíes. También los habitadores de aquel pueblo se huyeron y dejaron el pueblo. Thank you.
th chapter, where it is said how the Mexica caught up to the Spaniards when they were following after them. Also, at the very same time, the Mexica got there wanting to intercept the Spaniards. They established themselves at the foot of the mountain named Tonan. When dawn came, the Spaniards readied themselves and ate, and the Mexica likewise readied themselves and ate and drank. They drank a maize and chia beverage. Some climbed to the top of the mountain and looked out for the enemy, observed the enemy, looking to see when the Spaniards would break camp and make their departure. Those who were watching kept their eyes peeled. And when the Spaniards were getting going, were on the road, then the lookouts shouted down saying, "O Mexica, your enemies are going. We must prepare ourselves, each and every one. We must all get going and be on our way. No one must stay behind." And when they heard this, everyone ran, scurried back and forth, hastened. And when the Spaniards saw them coming, they waited for them. They set themselves up to encounter them, considering how well they would be able to handle them. When it was time, they charged at them. All who had been in the houses rushed out among them, stabbing and piercing. Mexica and Falta Loca died there in great abundance. They simply gave themselves to them. They hurled themselves into their hands. They pursued death. There were only a few who escaped death at their hands. But those who stayed far away, who kept dealing with them from afar, did not die. And when the Spaniards had done the killing and vented their wrath, they went off, with all the bearers following behind. No one knows where they spent the night at that time. There, the Mexica turned back. They stopped tracking the Spaniards and left them behind. At this point, the warriors who had died, who had been stabbed, were identified, and they burned them all there. They picked among their ashes, collecting their bones and piling them up. Afterward, they buried them in the ground. Here are the days that passed after the Spaniards entered Mexico on the day count 1 wind and the year count 1 reed, 1 day before the 10th day of the month of Quecholi. When they had been here a day, it was 2 house, exactly the 10th day of Quecholi. And on the very day that the end of Quecholi arrived, Panquetzalitzli followed after it for 20 days. Then Titidil followed it, also for 20 days. Then Izcalli, the end of the year, followed, also for 20 days. Then at that time were put 5 days, called Nemontenemi. And at the end of the 5 days began Arol Cuahualo, or Coahuil Ehuac, when the year is taken hold of and the new year begins, also 20 days. Then followed Tlacashipihualitzli, also 20. Then followed Tososontli, also 20. Then followed Huetzososotli, also 20. Then followed Toshcatl, also 20 days. At this time, the warriors who were cut to pieces perished. Many Mexica died. Then followed Etzalcoalitzli, also 20 days. Then followed Teosihuitontli. At this time, the Spaniards came out, right on the day of the festivity. They disappeared by night without anyone being aware. People had not realized they would come out at night. The total of all the days that passed is 235. They were our friends for 195 days and our enemies for 40 days. And when the Spaniards had gone, it was thought that they had gone forever, that they would never come back, never make a return. Then again, the homes of the devils were fixed up and ornamented. They were swept and cleaned out, and the earth was removed. Thank you.
De la primera fiesta que hicieron los mexicanos después que los españoles salieron de noche de esta ciudad. Cuando los españoles salieron de México y fueron a Tlaxcala, era en el mes que se llama Tecuihuitzontli, que comienza a 2 de junio, y llegado el mes siguiente, que ellos llamaban Hueytehuit, Cuauhtémoc, que comienza a 22 de junio, como ya estaba algo descansados de la guerra pasada, hicieron muy gran fiesta a todos sus dioses y sacaron todas las estatuas de ellos y ataviáronlas con sus ornamentos y con muchos quetzales de pluma rica y pusieron a sus carátulas de turquesas hechas de mosaico. Esto hicieron agradeciendo a sus dioses porque los había librado de sus enemigos. Luego se sigue el otro mes suyo, que se llama Tlaxochimaco, que comienza a 12 de julio. Tras este se sigue el mes que llaman Xocolhuetzi, que comienza a 1 día de agosto. Tras este se sigue el mes que llama Oxpanistli, que es a 20 de agosto. Tras este se sigue el mes que llaman Teutleco, que comienza a 10 de septiembre. Tras este se sigue el mes que llama Tepilhuitl, que cae a 30 de septiembre. Tras este se sigue el mes que llaman Quecholi, que comienza a 20 de octubre. Luego se sigue el mes que llama Panquetzalistli, que comienza a 9 de noviembre. Luego se sigue que llama Atimustli, que comienza a 20 y 9 de noviembre. Luego se sigue el mes que se llama Tititl, que comienza a 19 de diciembre. Tras este se sigue el mes que llama Izcalli, que comenzaba a 8 de enero. Y luego se sigue 5 días, que ellos llamaban Nemontemi, que quiere decir días baldíos o aciagos, los cuales no contaban con el año. Y luego comenzaba otro año en el mes, que llamaban Cuauhtli-Ewa, que comenzaba segundo día de febrero. Luego se sigue el segundo mes, que llaman Tlacaxipeolastlitzli, que comienza a 21 de febrero. Luego se sigue el tercer mes, que llama Tozonzotli, que comienza a 15 días de marzo. Luego se sigue el cuarto mes, que llama Hueytocostli, que comienza a 3 días de abril. En este mes salieron los españoles huyendo de México en el año pasado. En este año volvieron algunos de ellos, vinieron por la vía de Cuautitlán y llegaron hasta Tlacuba y no estuvieron más de 7 días. Y luego se volvieron y desde a 40 días volvieron otra vez y destruyeron algunos lugares. Mataron más de 400 hombres que eran más iguales de Tlatilulco. Y desde a 40 días se contaron 2 años de su venida, volvieron todos en el mes que se llama Toxcatl.
Of pustules, of which many local people died. It was called the Great Rash, smallpox. Before the Spaniards appeared to us, before first an epidemic broke out, a sickness of pustules. It began in Tepehuitl. Large bumps spread on people. Some were entirely covered. They spread everywhere, on the face, the head, the chest, etc. The disease brought great desolation. A great many died of it. They could no longer walk about, but lay in their dwellings and sleeping places, no longer able to move or stir. They were unable to change position, to stretch out on their side or face down or raise their heads. And when they made a motion, they called out loudly. The pustules that covered people caused great desolation. Very many people died of them, and many just starved to death. Starvation reigned, and no one took care of others any longer. On some people, the pustules appeared only far apart, and they did not suffer greatly, nor did many of them die of it. But many people's faces were spoiled by it. Their faces and noses were made rough. Some lost an eye or were blinded. This disease of pustules lasted a full 60 days. After 60 days, it abated and ended. When people were convalescing and reviving, the pustules disease began to move in the direction of Chalco, and many were disabled or paralyzed by it. But they were not disabled forever. It broke out in Teotihuacan and it abated in Panquetzalitzli. The Mexica warriors were greatly weakened by it. And when things were in this state, the Spaniards came, moving toward us from Texcoco. They appeared from the direction of Cuautitlán and made a halt at Tlacopan. There, they gave one another assignments and divided themselves. Pedro de Alvarado was made responsible for the road to Tlatelolco. The Marquez went and established himself in Coyoacán, which became his responsibility, along with the road coming from Acachinanco to Tenochtitlan, for the Marquez considered the Tenochtitlan great and valiant warriors. And it was right in Nextlatilco, or in Iliacac, that war first began. Then the Spaniards quickly reached Nonoalco, and the warriors came pursuing them. None of the Mexica died. Then the Spaniards retreated. The warriors fought in boats. The war boat people shot at the Spaniards, and their arrows sprinkled down on them. Then the main force of the Mexica entered Nonoalco. Thereupon, the Marquez sent his men toward the Tenochtitlan, following the Acachinanco road. Many times they skirmished, and the Mexica went out to face them. Gracias.
Thirtieth chapter, where it is said how the Spaniards constructed boats in Texcoco in order to come make a conquest here in Mexico. When their 12 boats had come from Texcoco, at first they were all assembled at Acachinanco, and then the Marquis moved to Acachinanco. He went about searching where the boats could enter, where the canals were straight, whether they were deep or not, so that they would not be grounded somewhere. But the canals were winding and back and bent back and forth, and they could not get in them. They did get 2 boats in. They forced them down the road, coming straight from Xoloco. Once they had a general consultation and decided to send their whole force against the Mexica. Then they lined themselves up, carrying the guns. A cotton banner came ahead. They were not at all excited or perturbed. They came beating drums and blowing trumpets and wooden fifes. And the 2 boats came gradually, keeping on one side. On the other side, no boats came, because there were houses there. They came ahead, fighting as they came. There were deaths on both sides, and on both sides, captives were taken. When the Tenochca, who lived in Coquipan, saw this, they fled in fear. The little children were taken along with the others. They just went into the water. The water was full of people, and a whale rose. And those with boats put their children in them and pulled them along, working vigorously. They took nothing at all with them. They just left all their poor property in fear. They just scattered everything in their haste. And our enemies went snatching things up, taking whatever they came upon. Whatever they hit on, they carried away, whether cloaks, lengths of cotton cloth, warriors' devices, long drums, or cylindrical drums. The Tlatelolco fought in Coquipan in warboats. And in Xoloco, the Spaniards came to a place where there was a wall in the middle of the road blocking it. They fired the big guns at it. At the first shot, it did not give away. But the second time, it began to crumble. The third time, at last parts of it fell to the ground. And the fourth time, finally, the wall went to the ground once and for all. And the 2 boats of the Spaniards went along contending with the warboatmen. They were skirmishing in the water. A gun went in the prow of each of their boats. And where the Mexica boats were close together and assembled, they fired on them. Many people died from it. When hit, each boat quickly lifted its prow, wavered, and sank. Likewise, when they took good aim at someone with the iron bolts, he did not escape. Immediately, he died. He expired. But when the Mexica had been able to see and judge how the guns hit, or the iron bolts, they no longer went straight, but went back and forth, going from one side to the other zigzagging. Also, when they saw that the big gun was about to go off, everyone hit the ground, spread out on the ground, crouched down, and the warriors quickly went in among the houses. The road cleared off. The highway was as if swept clean. Then the Spaniards reached Huitzilopochtli, where there was another wall. Many Mexica lay crouching at it, hiding behind the wall. For a little while, the Spaniards' boats were grounded. They were there for a short time while they adjusted the guns. Blazo Kamati. Thank you.
Inik Sempowali o Maklakli Ose Capitulo. There it is said how the Spaniards came with the brigantines, pursuing those who were in boats. When they were done contending with them, they drew close and reached all the houses. When they had finished adjusting the guns, they shot at the wall. The wall then ripped and broke open. The second time it was hit, the wall went to the ground. It was knocked down in places, perforated. Holes were blown in it. Then, like the other time, the road stood clear, and the warriors who had been lying on the wall dispersed and came fleeing. Everyone escaped in fear. And then all the different people who were on the side of the Spaniards quickly went filling the canals and making them level with stones, adobes, and some logs, which they closed off the water. And when the canals were stopped up, some horsemen came, perhaps tens of them. They came going in circles, spinning, turning, twisting. Another group of horsemen came following behind them, and some Tlaltoloca who had been quickly entered in the place that had been Moctezuma's residence came back out in alarm to contend with the horsemen. They lanced one of the Tlaltoloca, but when they had lanced him, he was able to take hold of the Spaniard's iron lance, and then his companions took it from the Spaniard's hands, throwing him on his back and unhorsing him. When he fell to the ground, they struck him repeatedly on the back of the neck, and he died there. Then the Spaniards sent everyone. They all moved together. They reached Cuauhtémoc, and as they went, they took the cannon and its gear and set it down at Cuauhtémoc. The reason it is so called is that the eagle stood there, carved of stone, some 7 feet tall, and enclosing it were a jaguar standing on one side and a wolf standing on the other, likewise carved in stone. And when things were in this state, the great warriors tried to take shelter behind the stone pillars, and there were 2 rows of them, 8 altogether. And the roof of the Cocali was also full of warriors. None of them ventured to cross into the open. And the Spaniards did not move at all. When they fired the cannon, it grew dark, the smoke spread. Those who had been taking shelter behind the stone pillars fled. All who had been lying on the roof jumped down and ran far away. Then they brought the cannon up and set it down on the round stone of gladiatorial sacrifice. On top of the temple of Huitzilopochtli, they were still trying to keep watch, beating the log drums as though the air were full of them. Then 2 Spaniards climbed up and struck the drummers. After they had struck them, they cast them aside and threw them down. And those with the scraped heads, all the warriors who were fighting in boats, came onto dry land, and only the youths who had pulled the others conducted the boats. And at this point, the warriors inspected the passageways with much running and shouting, saying, "O warriors, let everyone come running." When things were in this condition, the Spaniards saw that they were upon them, pursuing them. And then they hunched down and retreated, running fast and fleeing. From both sides there was shooting, with barbed darts, and stones were thrown from both sides at the Spaniards. Then they went to Xololco to mend, to catch their breath, to reform, and then they came back. And then the Spaniards went back again and stayed at Acachinalco. And in their haste, they left behind the cannon and the round stone. So the warriors took it. And they quickly pushed it in the direction of Tetamazolco, and they threw it in the water. Tlascamati.
32nd chapter, where it is said how the Mexica left their Altepetl in fear and came here when they dreaded the Spanish. And at this time, the Tenochca came entering into Tlatelolco, here weeping and shouting. Many were the tears of the women. The men came accompanying their women, and some of them carried their children on their shoulders. In just one day, they abandoned their Altepetl. But the Tlatelolca still went to Tenochtitlan to fight. And at this point, Pedro de Alvarado hurled his forces at Ilyacac toward Nonoalco, but they could do nothing. It was as though they had hit against a stone because the Tlatelolca made great efforts. There was fighting on both sides of the road and in the water with warboats. When Alvarado tired, he returned and established himself in Tlacopan. But just 2 days later, they sent out all the boats. At first, only 2 came. Then afterward, all of them, and formed beside the houses in Nonoalco. Then they came onto dry land, and then they began to follow the narrow road between the houses. They came toward the center of them. When the Spaniards landed, it felt silent. Not one of the people came out. But then Tzilakatzin, who was a great warrior and very valorous, hurled 3 stones he was carrying, huge round stones, wall stones or white stones. He had 1 in his hand and 2 on his shield. Then he went pursuing the Spaniards, scattering them, forcing them into the water. They went right into the water. Those who went down in the water got thoroughly wetted. This Tzilkatzin had the warrior rank of Otomi, for which reason he wore the Otomi hairstyle. So he looked down on his enemies, even though they be Spaniards, thinking nothing of them. He inspired general fear. When our enemies saw Tzilkatzin, they would hunch down. They strove greatly to kill him, whether shooting him with iron bolts or with guns. But Tzilkatzin disguised himself in order not to be recognized. Sometimes he would put on his own device with his lip pendant and his golden earplugs, and he would put on his shell necklace. He would go with his head uncovered, showing that he was an Otomi. But sometimes he put on only cotton upper armor and covered his forehead with a little narrow cloth. Sometimes, to disguise himself, he put on a feather hairpiece or wig with eagle feathers tied at the back of the neck. This was the way in which those who threw people in the fire were attired. He went about looking like one of them, imitating them. He had golden armbands on both sides, on both arms shimmering, and he also had shining golden bands on the calves of his legs. Then the next day, they came again and grounded their boats at Nonoalco, at Ayao Caltitlan. Also, those who go on foot and all the Tlaxcalans and Otomis came, a great abundance of them. The Spaniards came herding them ahead of them. And when they got to Nonoalco, there was fighting and skirmishing, the scene filled with combat and battle. There were deaths on both sides. Equal numbers of the Mexica and their enemies were hit. Thus, on both sides, there were wounded, and the fighting went on day and night. There were only 2 great warriors who did not hide their faces, who thought nothing of their enemies, who did not place value on their bodies. The first was named Soyaxin, and the second Temoxin. A third was the already mentioned Tzilakatzin. When the Spaniards tired, when they were unable to do anything with the Mexica, unable to penetrate them, they went away. They entered their quarters in very low spirits, their auxiliaries following after them.
Inixempowali o matlacli omei capítulo, oncanmitoa, inkenin chinampaneca, insuchimilca, cuitlahuaca, iwan in Iztapalapaneca, iwan okse quintin hualaque in Kipalehuisquia Mexica. Au sepa mochiu in yehuantin Xochimilca, Cuitlahuaca, Mixquica, Coluaque, Mexicatzincatl, Iztapalapanecatl, Hualaihuaque, Quinonotzaco in Cuauhtemotzin, iwan inoc sequintin in Tlatoque, in Tiacahuan, Quimilhuico. No piltzintzine, Kaachitzin ictic palehuico in Atl, in Tepetl, Aso huelitis casan ic Ixtlahuico in Intlatol, in Tlatoque, in oc un patlapia, canel nicanonoque in Tlatoque, caolahuaque o senquisaco in Cuautlio celotl in Acaltica, caquilascan quisentlasas in Toyao. Auye yuhki in Ocomitoque in Intlatol, in Ontlanonotske nimanye ik Quimilhuia. Cayecuali, Juan Motlacnelilique, Juan Quimijillohuilitique, Juan Quimosiahuiltique, Maxicmopalehuilican in Altepetl, Matlayeyecahui. Nimanye ik Quintlautia, Quinmaca in Tlahuistli, in Chimali, iwan Quincacacahuatique, Sesenchicalpechtli in Quinmacaque cacahuatl. Niman ye ik Quimilhuia, Tlacuelehuatl, Tlatlayeyecahui, Tiacahuane, Huitzein-Toyahuan, Nima ye ik hui in Titlanti in Umpa Onoque in Cuitlahuaca, in Quinhuilhuicaque, au inoyaque niman ik maan Timoquetzin Tlacahuaca in Izquican Utlica, niman ye ik Necaloya. Au in yehuantin in Xochimilca, niman ye ik no Icahuaca, iwan Macalhuitequi, amo matech palehuique, saniman ye ik Tenamoya, Quinamoxque in Sihuatzitzintin, iwan in Pipiltzitzintin, iwan in Ilamatzitzin, niman sequintin ucan quinmictique uncan ijiotl au inoc sequintin amo quinmictique, san ihuian acalco quimontemohuique. Au in ye yuh quichihua in ye tenalhualpoloa, niman itzatzique in tequihuaque, quitoque, Mexicae, tlen ye quichihua in Tlahueliloque, Mahualatotoca, niman ye ik Tlacahuaca, Quintoca Caltica, au in Nonohualco inonoca in Ixquichacali, niman ik muchi umpa mosemitkik, much umpa ya in Ictlantoca, niman ik Quintzacuilico in Xochimilca, niman ye ik Temictia, Texixili, Tehuihuitequi, au sequintin san quimasique, ahuel muchintin, uncan mique, hueloncan michtlatique, au inxquichtin in quimasique, san muchtin uncan quincauque, ayacuicoc in sihuatzitzintin. Au inicuac ye yu muchiwa in niman ik mocototztlalique in españoles. Au in yu quimolhuica, in yu quichihuasquia Xochimilca, san ik technahualpolosquia, au in ichquistin quimasique in Xochimilca, in Cuitlahuaca, etc. Niman ye ik quinhuica, quintototza in umpa Yacaculco, in axcan ye Santana, umpa icaca in Cuauhtemotzin, iwan in Mayehuatzin, Cuitlahuac Tlatuani, canican y palmuchu in yautl. Au in Huaxihuaque con Tlapalotimani in Mayehuatzin con Ilhuia. Icautzine, moyolicatzin. Au in Mayehuatzin quinhuailhuia in Antlapalpopul. Quish namech cuicuitlawi, tle guamasque. Au in Cuauhtemotzin, niman Kioailiwilwi in Mayehuatzin. Icautzine, Mashimotlacotili. Au in Mayehuatzin, niman ye ik tlamictia. Nawi in conmicti in Imasewalwan. No nawi in conmicti in Cuauhtemotzin. Au in Satepan, in Ak Onaaki in Mamalti. Walanahuatilok inik mictiloske. No huían in inteteupan tlatlacatecolo. Well no huían tepanishke in Mamalti. Ausatepan ye ik kualani in Mexica. Kitoke. Canican totlanonok. Technelotok in Suchimilcatl. In ye nican chanchiwa. Amonel umpa contralia in tlactol. Au inin San Tiquincagua, San Popoliwi. Au in ye yuki in Ohuel Mozontek. Niman ye ictesasaco in Sihuatitzintin, in Ilamatzitzin, iwan in ye tlapaliwi, mochintin mimictiloque, aocac mocauque, cayuquin quin motlatolehuito, quimoncuitlachiquihuito in Ohualaque, in techpalehuisquia Xochimilcatl, in Cuitlahuacatl. Auniman iquesquilhuioc, ontetl in Acaliquisaco, uncan in Yautenco, San Mixcahuico in españoles, Yohuatzinco in Quisaco, Ayac Tlacatl, San Oc Hualmixcahuitiaque, Auinye Yuhki in Oconancanque y Macal, Niman ye ik Hualahuacaquisa, au in Ohualahuacaquisque niman ye ik Micaltihuitze, Tlatlequiquishuitihuitze, Tlatepusmithuitihuitze, au in Tiacahuan, Sencamopachoa Tenantitlan, Iwan Kimototoctitimani in Cali, Anoso Tepantli, au in Yautlachisqui, Huel Yish Itequiu, in Canin Neoguas, au in ye Cualcan, in ye Inman, Niman ye Ictatzi, Quitoa, Mexicae, Maye Cuel, Tlascamatinilla.
Inik Sempuali on Mactacli on Nawi capítulo, on can mitoa, in Kenin, Yehuantin, Mexica Tlamatque, in Kimastihke, Españolis Castolti. Mexicaye, ma ye quel. Then there was a clamor and a blowing of wind instruments, and the sentinel brandished his shield. Then they pursued the Spaniards. They went knocking them down and taking them. 15 Spaniards were taken, and they brought them back, and the Spaniards withdrew their boats, stationing them out on the water. And when they had gotten the 18 to where they were to die, called Tlaxcochcalco, they stripped them. They took away from them all of their war gear and their cotton upper armor, and they made them drop everything that was on them to the ground. Then they performed their office and they killed them. Their companions watched them from out on the water. Once they got 2 of their boats into the canal at Xocotitlan, when they had breached them, then they went looking into the house sites of the people of Xocotitlan. But Silacatzin and some other warriors who saw the Spaniards immediately came out to face them. They came running after them, throwing stones at them, and they scattered the Spaniards into the water. Another time, they brought their boats to Coyonacasco to fight and give combat. And when they got there, some Spaniards came out with Castañeda Xicontecat leading them. He had on a quetzal feather ball device. Then they shot iron bolts in this direction. Just one person was hit in the forehead, and he died. The one who made the shot was Castañeda, and the warriors quickly went to face them and made them go into the water, and they stoned them. Castañeda was about to die there, but he just hung on to a boat so that they took him to Xocotitlan. And one boat was at Tenanteposco, where the walls curve, and another boat was at Teoteco, on the road going straight into Tepetzinco. And they just lay keeping watch on the water, and as it grew dark, they took them away. A few days after that, the Spaniards had another conference about us. Then they came and inspected the road at Cuauhtitlan that comes straight to Itzamnamacoyan. At Cuauhtitlan, they widened the road by removing water. All the Tlaxcalans and the people of Colhuacan and Chalco filled the canal. To widen the road, they threw in adobe. They laid down house beams, door lintels, pillars, and round logs, and scattered bundles of reeds in the water. When it was filled in, the Spaniards came in formation. They came very slowly, with the standard leading them, playing wind instruments and beating drums. Behind them came all the Tlaxcalans and the people of all the Altepet. The Tlaxcalans were very spirited, shaking their heads, beating their chests, singing. The Mexica sang too. There was singing on both sides. To give themselves encouragement, they sang whatever came to mind. When they got to Tlahuacan, the warriors crouched far down and hid themselves, hugging the ground, waiting for the war cry. When there would be shouting and cries of encouragement. When the cry went up, "O Mexica, up and at them!" The Tlapaneccat Ixcatzin, a warrior of Otomi rank, faced the Spaniards and threw himself at them, saying, "O Tlatelolco warriors, up and at them! Who are these barbarians? Come running!" And then he went and threw a Spaniard down, knocking him to the ground. The one he threw down was the one who came first, who came leading them. And when he had thrown him down, he dragged the Spaniard off.
Capítulo 35, de cómo los mexicanos prendieron otros españoles, más de 53, y muchos tlaxcaltecas, texcocanos, chalcas, xochimilcas, y a todos los mataron delante de los ídolos. Trabóse una batalla muy recia en este día, de manera que los mexicanos, como borrachos, se arrojaron contra los enemigos y capturaron muchos de los tlaxcaltecas y chalcas y texcocanos, y mataron muchos de ellos. Y peleando, hicieron saltar a los españoles en las acequias, y a todos los indios, sus amigos, paróse con esto el camino todo lodoso que no podían andar por él. Aquí prendieron muchos españoles y llevábanlos arrastrando en este lugar. Tomaron a los españoles una bandera donde está la iglesia de San Miguel, y los españoles huyeron y siguieronles hasta el barrio que llaman Coloacatonco. Allí se recogieron. Y los indios volvieron a coger el campo y tomaron sus captivos y pusiéronlos en procesión, todos maniatados, pusiéronlos delante los españoles, y luego a los tlaxcaltecas, y luego a los demás indios cautivos, y lleváronlos al Cu, que llamaban Momosco. Allí los mataron uno a uno, sacando los corazones. Primeramente mataron a los españoles, y después a todos los indios, sus amigos. Habiéndolos muerto, pusieron las cabezas en unos palos delante de los ídolos, todas espetadas por las sienes, las de los españoles más altas, y las de los otros indios más bajas, y las de los caballos más bajas, que murieron en esta batalla, 53 españoles y 4 caballos. En todo esto no cesaba la guerra. Por el agua matábanse unos a otros por las canoas. Y había gran hambre entre los mexicanos y grande enfermedad, porque bebían del agua de la laguna y comían sabandijas, lagartijas y ratones, porque no les entraba ningún bastimento, y poco a poco fueron acorralando a los mexicanos, cercándolos de todas partes. Muchas gracias. Adiós.
They went lancing the warriors, and many died. They came penetrating into the midst of the marketplace. That was the first time they saved it. They saw it. Then they turned around and went away. And the warriors were daring with them. They pursued them. And when they came into the marketplace for the first time, no one expected it. They gave no sign of it. And then was also when they burned the temple, setting fire to it. When they had set it on fire, it flared up. The tongues of flame rose very high, and the fire seemed to crackle and roar. And when they saw the temple burning, there was weeping, and people greeted one another tearfully. It was thought that plundering was to begin. Fighting went on for a long time in the marketplace. It was full of combat. It was a long time before they abandoned the walls of Tenex Namayokayan, Kopal Namayokayan, and Atekuka Kolean, and Oxicalco, where the Spaniards were entering the passageways. The warriors went about on the walls everywhere. And all the houses of the Quacaquechojan people that surrounded the marketplace became a rampart. Many warriors who were on the roofs hurled down stones and arrows, stoning and shooting arrows from there. And they made holes in all the houses of the Quacaquechojan people, breaking out little holes. And when the horsemen were pursuing people and trying to trample them and cut them off, the warriors quickly went in there. Once it happened that the Spaniards came into Acatali Yacopan, then people were snatched. The poor commoners were taken away. When the warriors saw it, they let loose against them. Coming among the warriors was a scrapped head named Axtokensi. He pursued his enemies. He made them let people go. He spun them about. But this warrior died there. They hit him with an iron belt in the chest. They shot an iron belt onto his heart. He died as if he were stretching out when going to sleep. Then our enemies retired. And at Yacapcolco, likewise, there was fighting. The Spaniards who shot the iron balls came in formation. The four lords came helping them, accompanying them, closing the road, and the warriors crouched down in order to penetrate into the midst. The sun was already low, and as they were just about to come out attacking the Spaniards, some of our enemies climbed on a roof and cried out, saying, "Hey, Laxicalcans, come running. Here are your enemies." Then they threw darts down on those who had been crouched there, and they dispersed. Slowly, the Spaniards reached Yacacolco. The battle was fierce there. They just hit against a wall. They could not break through the Latalolca. Those who were on the other side of the water shot arrows at them, threw stones at them. They were not able to cross, not able to find a way over. Chapter 36 of the first time the Spaniards entered the Tianquis of Latalelco. With the war going as said above, one day, 4 horsemen entered the Tianquis of Tlatelolco and took a turn all around it, lancing everyone they came upon, and they killed many Mexican soldiers. After going around once, they crossed the middle of the Tianquis, then left fleeing. Many soldiers ran after them, shooting at them. This entry of theirs was unexpected, and no one thought that they would dare enter. On the same day, they set fire to the principal queue, which was Huitzilopochtli's, and it burned completely in about 2 or 3 hours. When the Mexicans saw the queue burning, they began to weep bitterly because they took it for a bad omen to see the queue burned. Then there was a very fierce battle lasting almost a day. With the artillery, the Spaniards demolished some large walls or barricades from where they were giving them battle. After they were demolished, they took refuge in the houses surrounding the Tianquis. The Mexican soldiers climbed up on the lapancos of the houses, and from there shot arrows and threw stones, and the Mexican made holes in those houses to shoot from, using them as shelters to protect them from the horses. Another time, the Spaniards and the Indians, friends, came into the Tianquis and began to abduct and capture Indians. When the Mexican soldiers saw this, they went out after them and made them abandon their prey. Here, an outstanding captain of the Mexican called Axocancin died. Then the Spaniards who were in the battle in the direction of San Martin
Capítulo 37. De cómo de noche abrían los caminos del agua, que de día los cerraban los españoles. Los españoles y sus amigos cegaban de día las acequias para pasar a donde estaban los enemigos. Y todo lo que cegaban de día, los enemigos mexicanos lo tornaban de noche a abrir y zanjar. En esto entendieron algunos días, y por eso se dilató la victoria por muchos días. Los españoles y los tlaxcaltecas combatían por tierra, unos por la parte que se dice Yacalco, y otros por la parte que se dice Siloacán, y otros por la parte que se dice Atezcacan. Y de la parte del agua peleaban los de Xochimilco y los de Cuitláhuac, y los de Mixquic y los de Coloacán, y los de Iztapalapan. Y los tlatilulcanos del barrio de Atliseujian y los del barrio de Ayacac resistían por el agua. No descansaban en la pelea. Eran tan espesas las saetas y los dardos que todo el aire parecía amarillo. Y los capitanes de los mexicanos, uno que se llamaba Xiucoscatzin, y otro que se llamaba Cuacuatzin, y otro se llamaba Tezcacuatl, y otro se llamaba Tecpanecat, y otro se llamaba Huitzitzi, y otro se llamaba Itzcuitzin. Estos todos eran del barrio de Yacacolco. Todos estos defendían las entradas porque no entrasen donde estaba recogida la gente, mujeres y niños. Y peleando con gran perseverancia, hicieron retraer a los ya dichos de la parte de otra sequía que se llama Amasha. Otra vez acometieron los españoles y llegaron a un lugar que se llama Ayaca, donde estaba una casa grande que se llamaba Telpuchcali. Pusieron fuego a la casa. Y un bergantín de los españoles, por el barrio que se llama Atliseucian, con muchas canoas que les siguieron de los amigos, y un capitán que se llamaba Coyohuehuetzin, mexicano, que traía unas armas vestidas. La mitad de ellas era una águila y la otra mitad de un tigre. Vino en una canoa de hacia la parte que se llama Tolmayecan, y seguíanle muchas canoas con gente armada. Luego comenzó a dar voces a los suyos que comenzasen a pelear, y luego comenzaron la pelea. Y los españoles se retrujeron, y este capitán con los suyos los seguían, y retrujeronse hacia un lugar que se llama Atliseucia. También los bergantines se retrujeron hacia la laguna. De este alcance murieron muchos xochimilcanos. Otra vez, tornaron los españoles, encerráronse en un pu que se llama Musli, y otra vez volvieron tras los españoles hasta donde estaba Telpuchcali, que llaman Atliseucia. Volvieron otra vez los españoles tras los indios con Coyohuehuetzin en el acequia. Revolvió un capitán mexicano que se llamaba Ispapalotzin Otomí, hizo retraer a los españoles a los bergantines. Entonces cesó la batalla, y los del pueblo de Cuitláhuac, pensando que su señor, que se llamaba Mayehuatzin, quedaba muerto con los demás, y enojáronse mucho contra los mexicanos, entre los cuales estaba señor. Dijeron, ¿por qué habéis muerto a nuestro señor? Y su señor, que estaba vivo, como supo que sus vasallos estaban enojados, habló al capitán Coyohuehuetzin y díjole, señor hermano, busca uno de sus soldados valientes que tenía recia voz. Y Coyohuehuetzin llamó a un capitán que se llamaba Tlamayocac. Y el señor de Cuitláhuac díjole, ve y di a mis vasallos que yo te envío para que les digas que estoy vivo y que mira acá y verme han. Como aquel capitán habló a los de Cuitláhuac y les dijo lo que les había mandado el señor Mayehuatzin, ellos no quisieron creerle, mas dijeron que le habían muerto y que no era verdad lo que les decían. Y el otro respondió, no es muerto como pensáis, mirad y verles a dónde está vivo, que allí se puso para que lo veáis. Y habló el señor de Cuitláhuac y dijo, mirad, que no me perdáis nada de mis atavios y joyas y armas, que vivo estoy. Como dijo estas palabras el señor de Cuitláhuac, luego los indios amigos de los españoles comenzaron a dar grita y a pelear contra los mexicanos, y metiéronlos hasta dentro del tianguis, a donde se vende el copal. Ahí pelearon gran rato. Otra vez entraron en consejo nuestros enemigos para acometernos y destruirnos, en especial los otomíes de Tlaxcala, y otros capitanes mucho. Y determinaron de entrar por una calle que estaba junto donde es ahora San Martín. Y la calle iba derecho a una casa de un pili tratilulcano que se llamaba Tlaxcatzin. Y luego los salieron al encuentro los del Tratilulco, un capitán que se llamaba Tlapanecat, que iba delante. Pero los que iban con él arrojáronse sobre los enemigos con gran furia y tomáronles el capitán que llevaban preso, que se llamaba Tlapanecat, pero escapó con una herida en una pierna y cesó la guerra por entonces.
Capítulo 38. Del trabuco que hicieron los españoles para conquistar a los del Tlatelolco. Como los indios mexicanos, todos estaban recogidos en un barrio que se llama Amachac y no los podían entrar, ordenaron de hacer un trabuco y armáronle encima de un cu que estaba en el chanquis que llaman Momosqui. Y como soltaron la piedra, no llegó a donde estaba la gente. Cayó mucho más atrás, junto a la orilla del chanquis. Y como salió el tiro en vacío, comenzaron los españoles a reñir entre sí. Como vieron que, por vía del trabuco, no podían hacer nada, determinaronse a acometer al fuerte, a donde estaban los mexicanos. Y pusiéronse todos en ordenanza. Ordenaron sus escuadrones y comenzaron a ir contra el fuerte. Y los mexicanos, como los vieron ir, escondíanse por miedo de la artillería. Los españoles iban poco a poco, llegándose al fuerte, muy bien ordenados y muy juntos. Y uno de los mexicanos del Tlatelolco, que se llamaba Chalchotepehua, púsose en celada, con otros soldados que llevaban consigo con propósito de herir a los caballos. Y como llegaron los españoles a donde estaba la celada, hirieron a un caballo. Luego, el español cayó en tierra y los mexicanos le tomaron. Y luego salieron todos, porque salieron todos los mexicanos valientes que estaban en el fuerte. Hicieron gran daño en ellos, en los amigos de los españoles. Y así se retrujeron otra vez al chanquis, al lugar donde llaman Copalnamacoyan, a donde estaba un baluarte. Después de esto, todos los indios enemigos de los mexicanos que tenían cercados a los mexicanos concertaron de cegar una laguna que les hacían mucho embarazo para entrar al fuerte de los mexicanos. Llamábase esta laguna Tlaixcuipa, que estaba cerca de donde está ahora la iglesia de Santa Lucía. Y así, otro día, muy de mañana, cargáronse de piedras y de tierra y de adobes y de madera de las casas que derrocaban y robaron todas las casas que estaban por ahí cerca. Visto los mexicanos lo que hacían los enemigos, sacaron escondidamente 4 canoas con gente de guerra, 4 capitanes con ellos. El uno que se llamaba Topantemotzin y el otro Tlacotzin y el otro Temilotzin y el cuarto que se llamaba Coyohuehuetzin. Como estuvieron a punto, comenzaron a remar reciamente y fueron contra los que cegaban la laguna, 2 canoas por la una parte y otras 2 por la otra. Luego comenzaron a pelear y muchos murieron, unos en el agua, otros en tierra, otros echaban a huir y caían entre los maderos que habían puesto. Y de ahí los sacaban, arrastrando los mexicanos llenos de lodo. Murieron muchos en este recuentro aquel día. Y otro día, luego, los españoles acometieron el fuerte, que era donde llaman Amachac, donde está la iglesia de la Concepción. Y pelearon gran rato, y finalmente llegaron a donde estaba el bagaje de los mexicanos. Y como llegaron a una casa grande, que se llama Telpochcali, a donde estaba mucha gente, subiéronse a las azoteas de aquella casa. Y todos los que estaban en la casa dieron consigo en el agua por huir. Y un capitán, que se llamaba Huitziloatzin, con muchos soldados que estaban sobre los tlapancos, comenzaron a resistir a los españoles, poniéndose por muro para que no pasasen a donde estaba el bagaje. Los españoles arrojáronse contra ellos y comenzaron a matar en ellos y a destrozarlos. Y salieron otros soldados en favor de aquellos, de manera que no pudieron los españoles pasar a donde querían. Y retrujeronse. Y otro día, los españoles pegaron fuego a aquella casa en la cual había muchas estatuas de los ídolos. Los españoles peleaban contra los mexicanos, ya dentro de su fuerte. Y a las mujeres y niños no los hacían mal, sino a los hombres que peleaban. Aquel día desparchó la noche la pelea. Y otro día, los españoles y todos los amigos comenzaron de caminar hacia donde estaban los mexicanos en su fuerte. Los mexicanos quisieron hacer una celada para resistir a los españoles la entrada y no pudieron. Viéronlos y así los españoles comenzaron a pelear. Casi un día duró la pelea. A la noche retrujeronse a sus estancias. Y a la mañana determinaron de romper y cercáronlos de todas partes, de manera que por ninguna parte podían salir. Y estando en esta estrechura, murieron muchos niños y mujeres, pisados y acoseados. Y estando en esta pelea, las mujeres también peleaban, cegando a los contrarios con el agua de las acequias, arrojándosela con los remos. Estando ya los mexicanos acosados de todas partes de los enemigos, acordaron de tomar pronóstico o agüero, si era ya acabada su aventura o si los quedaba lugar de escapar de aquel gran peligro en que estaban. Y habló el señor de México, que se llamaba Cuauhtemoc-Tzin, y dijo a los principales que con él estaban, el uno de los cuales se llamaba Coyohuehuetzin, y otro Temilotzin, y otro Topatemoc-Tzin, y otro Ahuelitoc-Tzin, y otro Mixcoatlailotlac-Tzin, y otro Tlacotzin, y otro Petlautzin. Hagamos experiencia a ver si podemos escapar de este peligro en que estamos. Venga uno de los más valientes que hay entre nosotros y vístase las armas y divisas que eran de mi padre, a Huitzotzin. Luego llamaron a un mancebo, valiente hombre, que se llamaba Tlapaltecat Upochtzin, que era del barrio de Coatlán, donde es ahora la parroquia de Santa Catalina en el Tlatelolco. Aquel le habló al señor Cuauhtemoc-Tzin y le dijo, ¿veis aquí estas armas que se llaman Quetzaltecolotl, que eran armas de mi padre Ahuitzotzin? Vístetelas y pelea con ellas, matarás a algunos. Vean estas armas nuestros enemigos, podrá ser que se espanten en verlas. Y como se las vistieron, pareció una cosa espantable. Y mandaron a 4 capitanes que fuesen delante de él, de cada parte 2. Aquel que iba armado con las armas de Ahuitzotzin, en las cuales tenían gran agüero que saliendo luego los enemigos habían de huir, dieronle también el arco y la saeta de Huitzilopochtli, que tenían también guardado por reliquias y tenían fe en aquel arco y saeta, que cuando saliesen no podían ser vencidos. Aquella saeta tenía un casquillo de pedernal. Estando estos 5 puestos a punto, un principal mexicano que se llamaba Cihuacóatl Tlacotzin dio voces diciendo a los 5 que estaban a punto: ¡Oh mexicanos! ¡Oh tlatelolcanos! El fundamento y fortaleza de los mexicanos en Huitzilopochtli es esto, el cual arrojaba sobre los enemigos su saeta, que se llamaba Xocoatl y Mamalhuastli. La misma saeta lleváis ahora, vosotros, que es agüero de todos nosotros. Mirad, que las enderezáis contra vuestros enemigos para que haga tiro y no se pierda en balde. Y si por ventura con ella matardes o captivardes alguno, tenemos certidumbre y pronóstico que no nos perderemos de esta vez, sino que quiere nuestro Dios ayudarnos. Y dichas estas palabras, aquel que estaba armado con los otros 4 comenzaron a ir contra los enemigos. Y los enemigos, como los vieron, así los españoles como los indios, cayó los grande espanto, no los pareció cosa humana. Y aquel que iba armado con Quetzaltecolotl subióse a una azotea. Y los enemigos paráronse a mirarle. ¿Qué cosa era aquella? ¿Y cómo conocieron que era hombre y no demonio? Acometiéronle peleando, y hiciéronle huir. El Quetzaltecólotl tornó tras ellos, con los que con él iban, y hízolos huir. Y subió otra vez en el Tlapanco, donde los tlaxcaltecas tenían quetzales y cosas de oro robadas, y tomóselas y volvió a saltar del Tlapanco abajo. No se hizo mal ninguno, ni le pudieron captivar los enemigos. Mas antes, los que iban con él captivaron 3 de los enemigos. Y por entonces cesó la pelea, volviéronse todos a sus ranchos. Y al día siguiente tampoco pelearon. Aquí se ponen los nombres de los capitanes y valientes hombres mexicanos y tlatelolcanos que se hallaron en esta guerra. Uno de ellos era Tlacochcalcatl, que quiere decir capitán general, que se llamaba Coyohuehuetzin. Otro, Tzilatcatecutli. Otro, Temilotzin. Estos eran tlatelolcanos. De los mexicanos, uno se llamaba Xihuacoa Tlacotzin, otro Huitznahuacatl, otro Motelchiuchtzin. Estos eran valientes hombres de México y de Tlatelolco. Gracias.
39th chapter, where it is said how when the Spaniards had forced the Mexica to the very wall, there appeared and was seen a blood-colored fire that seemed to come from the sky. It appeared like a great blazing coal as it came. When night came, it rained and sprinkled off and on. It was very dark when a fire appeared. It looked and appeared as if it was coming from the sky, like a whirlwind. It went spinning around and around, turning on itself. As it went, it seemed to explode into coals, some large, some small, some just like sparks. It seemed to take on the aspect of a wind axe. It sputtered, crackled, and snapped. It circled the walls at the water, heading toward Coyonacasco. Then it went into the midst of the water and disappeared there. No one struck his hand against his mouth. No one uttered a sound. And the next day, again, nothing happened. Everyone just lay still, and so did our enemies. And the captain was looking down from a rooftop in Amashak, the roof of Astawatsi. From a varicolored canopy, he was looking out at the people. The Spaniards crowded around him, consulting with one another. And Kawatimotzi and the other rulers, the Siwa Coatla Kotsi, the Tlilan Kalki, Petlatzi, the Huitznawat, Motel Chitzi, Mexicat, the Akaotli Teoclamakatzi, chief lordly priest, and then the rulers of Tlatelolco, the Tlacochcalcat, Coyohuehuetzin, the Tlacatecat, Temitlotzi, the Ticoyahuacat, Topan Temactzi, the Mishcoat Lelotlak, Awe Litoptzi, the Huitznawat, Huitzili Huitzi, and the Tepanecat, Huitzitzi. All of the rulers were gathered at Tolmayacan, consulting about what was to be done, what our tribute duties should be, and how we should submit to them. Then they took Kaotemakzi in a boat. In it were only 2 people accompanying him, going with him, Tepotzitolak, a seasoned warrior, and Iatztachima, Kaotemakzi's page, with one person who pulled them along, named Sayanoat. When they were about to take Kaotemotzi, all the people wept, saying, "There goes the Lord Kaotemotzi, going to give himself to the gods, the Spaniards." Thank you.
Capítulo 40. De cómo los de Tlatelolco se dieron a los españoles con los mexicanos y su señor que con ellos estaba. Desde que llegaron a tierra el señor de México, Cuauhtemoc-Tzin, con los que con él iban, saltaron en tierra cerca de la casa donde estaba el capitán. Y los españoles que estaban cerca del agua tomaron por las manos a Cuauhtemoc-Tzin, amigablemente, y lleváronle a donde estaba el capitán don Hernando Cortés encima de la azotea. Y como llegó a donde estaba el capitán, luego él le abrazó y mostró muchas señales de amor al dicho Cuauhtemoc-Tzin. Y todos los españoles le estaban mirando con gran alegría, y luego soltaron todos los tiros por alegría de la conclusión de la guerra. Cuando esto aconteció, salieron 2 canoas de mexicanos y entraron en la casa de un principal que se llamaba Coyohuehuetzin, donde estaban indios tlaxcaltecas, y revolviéronse los unos con los otros, y murieron allí algunos, y los mexicanos huyeron y escondiéronse. Después de haber hecho esto, luego mandó el capitán don Hernando Cortés a pregonar que todos los que estaban en el corral saliesen libremente y se fuesen a sus casas. Y como comenzaron a salir los mexicanos, se llevaban sus armas e iban agavillados, y donde quiera que topaban a algunos de los amigos de los españoles, matábanlos. Y de esto se enojaron mucho los españoles, y a vueltas de los que se iban algunos de los mismos vecinos del Tlatelolco, dejaron sus casas y se fueron pensando que aún los matarían ansí. Que aún los matarían ansí esperasen en sus casas. Unos se fueron hacia Tlacupan y otros hacia San Cristóbal. Y los que tenían casas en el agua, unos de ellos se fueron en canoas, otros salieron apeando por el agua, otros nadando y llevaban sus haciendas y sus hijos a cuestas. Salían muchos de noche y otros de día. Los españoles y sus amigos pusiéronse en todos los caminos y robaban a los que pasaban, tomándolos el oro que llevaban y escudriñándolos de todos sus hatos y todas sus vestiduras. Y ninguna cosa otra tomaban sino el oro, y las mujeres mozas, hermosas, y algunas de las mujeres, por escaparse, disfrazábanse, poniendo lodo en la cara y vistiéndose de andrajos. También tomaban mancebos y hombres recios para esclavos. Pusieron los nombres Tlamacasque, y a muchos de ellos erraron en la cara. Rindiéronse los mexicanos, y despartióse la guerra en la cuenta de los años que se dice 3 casas, y en la cuenta de los días en el signo que se llama Coatl. Al señor de México, Cuauhtemoc-Tzin, el mismo día que se rindió, le llevaron al lugar de Acachinanco con todos los principales, a donde era el aposento de don Fernando Cortés. Y luego otro día vinieron muchos españoles al Tlatelolco, todos ordenados, a punto de guerra, y todos atapaban las narices por el hedor de los muertos que estaban por enterrar. Y traían consigo al señor de México, Cuauhtemoc-Tzin, y a otro principal que se llama Cuanacotzin, y a otro que se llama Tetlepanquetzatzin, y los demás principales que guardaban el tesoro, y fueron derechos al lugar donde estaba el corral, donde se habían hecho fuertes los mexicanos, que se llama Ataczinco, y entraron en la casa del Tlacochcalcatl, que se llamaba Coyohuehuetzin, y luego subieron a la azotea y sentáronse, y pusieron allí un pabellón al capitán don Hernando Cortés, y sentóse en su silla. La india que era intérprete, que se llamaba Marina, púsose cerca del capitán. Y de la otra parte, el señor de México, Cuauhtémoc, tenía cubierta una manta que se llama Quetzalitzpetzli. Y cabe el señor de Texcoco, que se llamaba Guanacotzin, y tenía cubierta una manta de Nequén que se llama Xochochiteyo. Estaba también allí otro principal que se llamaba Tetlepanquetzatzin, señor de Tlacopa. Tenía cubierta otra manta, pobre y sucia. También estaba allí otro principal que se llamaba Mixcuatlailotlatzin y otro se llamaba Abuelitotzin. A la postre de todos estaba otro principal que se llamaba Yupicatl Popucatzin. De la otra parte estaban unos principales mexicanos, uno de los cuales se llamaba Tlacutzin, otro Petlautzin, otro Motelchutzin, otro Mexicatl, otro Achcautli, otro Teutlamacasqui, otro Huatzintlatlati, otro Tlaxolyautl. Muchas gracias.
To the lords of Mexico, Texcoco, and Tacuba after the victory, seeking the gold that had been lost when they left Mexico fleeing. When the three lords of Mexico, Texcoco, and Tacuba were assembled with their subordinate leaders before Don Hernando Cortes, he ordered Marina to ask them where the gold was that he had left in Mexico. Then the Mexica got out for him all the precious items they had hidden in a full canoe and put it all before the captain and the Spaniards who were with him. When he saw it, he said, "Is there no more gold than this in Mexico? Get it all out, for it is all needed." Then a leader named Tlacotzin spoke and answered to Marina, "Tell our Lord and God that when he came to the palace the first time, he saw everything that there was. We closed all the rooms with adobe bricks. We don't know what happened to the gold that was there. We believe that they took it all with them, and we have no more than this now." The captain answered, saying, "It is true that we took it all, but they took it all from us in crossing the canal called Tolteca-Caloco. It is necessary that it be produced immediately." Then a Mexica leader called Cihuacotl Tacotzin answered, saying to Marina, "Tell the god and captain that we Mexica do not fight on the water with canoes, nor do we understand this kind of fighting. Only the Tlatelolca who were fighting on the water intercepted our lords, the Spaniards, and we believe that they alone took it." Then Cuauhtémoc answered, saying to the leader Cihuacotl, "What are you saying? Although it is true that the Tlatelolca took it, they were apprehended for it and returned it all. It was all assembled in the place Texopan, and it is what is here. There is no more." Then Marina said, "Our captain says that it is not all here." The leader Cihuacotl answered, "Perhaps Samastual has taken something. It will be sought and brought into the presence of the captain." Again, Marina said, "The Lord Captain says you should look for 200 discs of gold this big." And she signaled with her hands the size of a chalice plate. Again, the leader Cihuacotl spoke, saying, "Perhaps some of the women took it hidden underneath their skirts. It will be looked for and brought into the presence of the Lord Captain." Then another leader named Miscoatle Lotlak Aweli Toxin spoke up, saying, "Tell the Lord Captain that when Moctezuma was alive, the custom that was maintained in conquering was this: the Mexica, the Texcoca, the people of Tacuba, and the people of the Chinampa went all together against the settlement or province that they wanted to conquer, and after they had conquered it, they all went back to their homes and their settlements. Afterward came the lords of the settlements that had been conquered, bringing their tribute of gold, precious stones, and rich plumage, and they gave it all to Moctezuma. All the gold came into his custody.
Hello again. Live interpretation will now begin again, and I invite you to select the live interpretation icon button at the bottom of your screen in the language of your choice, English, Nahuatl, or Spanish, or you can just keep following in all the various languages that we are speaking today. Thank you to all of you who have participated in the reading today and joined us in this communal commemoration of the conquest of Mexico. You have made this event special, and we are so grateful for you for practicing and reading and showing up on time. And we are so happy that you were with us today and participated with us. And now it gives me great pleasure to introduce you to the music group Xochi Cuicat, Flower Music Song, featuring performances by Christopher Garcia, Yolanda Garcia, and Alegria Garcia. You will also get to enjoy the poetry of Adolfo Guzman Lopez, Diana Magaloni, and Gloria Alvarez, accompanied by artworks by Sandy Rodriguez, all of whom are members of Project 1521, an artist and poetry group based in LA.
Estoy tocando mi huehuet. Yo, que caso canciones para despertar e inspirar a nuestros amigos, cuyos corazones yacen apáticos. Para quien el día aún no respira. Para quienes duermen en coma. Para los que se glorían en la noche sombría, cuando el amanecer floreciente ya canta su canción, y cuando una vez más la mañana ilumina el lugar donde tocan los huehuetls. Del poema Chopin Cuicatu, de cantares en idioma mexicano.
Chiaca, compañero, Tipasha, Lotli Maria, Timuala, Sepatonanse, Santa Maria Guadalupe. Chiaca, compañero, Tipachalo, Timaria, Tibuanos, Empatonanse, Santa María, Guadalupe. Chiaca, compañero, Tipachalo, Timaria, Tibuanos, Empatonanse, Santa María, Guadalupe. Ya te he dicho, maniquita, que te pongas un listón, que parece de un trencita, esa colita de un ratón. Niña mía, Guadalupe, tus hijos alegres van, festejando su presencia en las tierras mexicas. La 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 Chiaca, compañero, Tipachalo, Timaria, Timuano, Sepatonanse,
Ontetepehuac en Chachayoac. Ontetepehuac en hubo una siembra, hubo una dispersión. Hubo una siembra, hubo una dispersión. Esto se dijo de un orador real que aconseja bien a la gente. Después de que él habló, después de que el discurso fue dicho, ellos entendieron su verdad y le dijeron, la gente ha sido informada, han sido enriquecidos, la gente ha sido informada, ha habido una siembra, ha habido una gran dispersión de Hades. Tomado del Códice Corintino, tomo 4, verso 205.
There have been about a dozen of us. Our nombre de pila is Project 1521. Our names are Adrian, Gloria, Darren, Leticia,